Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. We're waiting for Miss Dottie to get herself together here. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. How's everybody doing this morning? Hope you guys doing well. Trying to wait for Dottie.
Sorry. Sylvia, let me know when you're good. Please. Good morning. Happy Saturday, everybody. Good morning. Okay. Okay, everybody on. Okay. And everybody here on Facebook. All right. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and start, and then I'll slow down so people can come in. All right. So September the 17th, court started at about 9:52 a.m. There was a sidebar first. The first witness they called, we all know, Cheryl Mack. She was for the prosecution. Before she actually came out, the government asked to go over some stipulations. Um, the stipulations was in reference to a 2017 BuzzFeed article. The government wanted to include some allegations that the parents made, but the only objection the defense had is that they were okay with the allegations that Jane's parents had made, but they didn't want the allegations that Joy's parents included. They came to an agreement. So instead of saying Joy's parents, they're just going to say Jane and another girlfriend. So they won't mention Joy in that. Then the government proceeds to offer more exhibits. Exhibits 410, 410A, 411, 411A, 641, 645, 913A, 914A, 950, 965, I believe it was 400. That's a 4. 162 974 233 GHNQRS and T 342 B and C 329B 328B 702 932, and then 3 other stipulations that they had brought up and they had previously already entered was 1015, 1016, and 1017. So 10, and then there we have 1006 is basically they're entering the right to be able to call a witness from DuPont Films, and that's where they make those VHA tapes, and they just want to basically say that they manufactured the film that was used in those VHA tapes. 1001, that was the Apache. I mentioned him before. He was an assistant, he or she was an assistant manager at the Sheridan Hotel. So 1015 was David Fish. They reserved the right to call him to obtain this. He obtained the cell phone and the T-shirt from logins on June 10th, 2013. The cell was then returned to Pace November 17th, 2017. So this was all the T-shirt that Pace that JP gave them. Let me see. It was turned back over to the state police on February the 13th, 2019. They already called into evidence Exhibit 902. That's the May 5th, 1993 Born Into the 90s video that had aired on BET. And then for the July 2017, the BuzzFeed published, that's when they published the article about the allegations from the parents. So that was that. Most of the stipulations is all approved. The government didn't, the only objection was the first one, is Mitchell and Joyce name. So the witness call shows, so Cheryl Mack came to the stand. They asked her, did you receive a subpoena to be here? Yes. Do you want to be here? No. She said she's completed college business management. She's worked corporate America. She's a talent manager. She works talent management. She started around 98, 99. She scouts talent. She manages talent. She's formed her own company. She's worked with various clients, artists in the industry. They showed her a picture of Rob. She said that was Robert Kelly. She identified him in the courtroom. She said she first met him in 2005. She was working as a talent manager out of Nashville, Tennessee. She said they attended an event for the VMAs in Miami. She met him there around August 2005, the weekend of Hurricane Katrina. She was in a restaurant with one of her artists, and there was a gentleman that came to the table and said to her, you look like someone of importance. What do you do? And she told him basically who she was. She introduced her artist, and he asked if she could really sing, and she said yes. And he said, well, I have someone she should meet. So he invited them to go to the back, and in the back, that's where they met Rob. Rob asked her to sing. The first song she did, she said she did amazing. Then he asked her to sing another. I'm sorry, I gotta excuse my dogs. She did amazing again, and he said, she said he asked to sing a third song. So she killed all 3 songs. The artist's name was Sherry. Sorry, I didn't catch that last name. She said, so they exchanged contact info. Rob told her to please let me help you. He said, I see what you're trying to do. And he told her that if she called the number and she didn't reach him, to keep calling until he picked up. Again, he said she was amazing. She called. They discussed Sherry. They discussed her going to the Chicago studios. When she did go to Chicago, they went to the Olympia Fields house, to that studio. They showed some pictures of the Olympia Fields home, asked her to identify. She did. She says after they met at the home, after they met him at his home, Rob did start working with her. She actually collaborated with him on a song on one of his albums. Eventually, she did stop working with him They did not specify why. They didn't go into detail about it, or was just said that she stopped working with him. I don't know at the time frame or anything like that. She then introduced him to other artists after a period of time, so it wasn't right away. Exhibit 71 was a picture of a girl. I did not recognize her. Her name was withheld. Her legal name was withheld from us, and they referred to her as Precious. And they asked, at some point, Precious, you were Precious's talent manager. Yes, she was an R&B and rap artist around 2009. She was 17 years old. She met her in Atlanta. She was with her mother when she actually met her. After Rob and her had a discussion about her, so she called him and told him about her work and how good she was. He said he'd be interested in meeting with her. Let me see. So yes, he agreed to meet with her at the studio in Olympia Fields. She said, Cheryl said she traveled with Precious and her mother to meet Rob. When you went there, they didn't check their IDs. I'm sorry. The government asked when you went there, was their IDs checked? And she said no. What happened when you met with Rob and Precious? And she said she showcased her music. She went into the studio, listened to some more music. And at that point, Rob agreed to work with her. He thought she was talented. Rob agreed to let them use one of his studios in Olympia Fields, and they started a few months later. Cheryl said she traveled back and forth from ATL to Chicago. Precious and her mom were originally from Chicago. However, but Precious stayed at a hotel that was 2 miles away from the studio while she was there working. Miss Durham McDavid, had actually paid for the hotels where she stayed. At that time, he was Rob's manager. And at some point, Precious did move back to Chicago with her mom. But however, Precious still remained at the hotel. So she didn't travel from her home in Chicago to the studio. She just stayed out in Olympia Fields. Cheryl was still based out of ATL. She continued to manage. Precious, she would fly in and out to be there with Precious. They asked, did you go to his residence? Yes. They showed her in another exhibit. This is a picture of V. She said she met, and she does know V. How do you know her? She said, well, we met in ATL looking for songwriters for Precious album. She said they held some auditions. V was amazing. She hired her. And V had actually sent her a list of about 17 songs that she said was really all good. She shared her abilities with Rob. She flew from ATL to Chi to meet with Precious. They began working. At this time, V was 19 years old. Am I going too fast, y'all? Let me know if I'm going too fast or if you can't hear me or something. Okay. So she says V was 19 years old. She moved to the Chi after she was hired. She initially stayed at the same hotel that Precious was staying at, but then she ended up moving into one of the Olympia Field studios. She's not sure exactly where she moved when she left the hotel, but she was like, she's not sure. She ended up with she's not sure, but that's what she thinks she was. Kanik, after she said that she moved to the studios, but she wasn't sure, Kanik actually asked for that to be stricken because she's not sure. The judge ended up asking her, like rephrasing the question or asking it to her again, and then she said it was one of the studios, so that wasn't stricken from the record. Precious was working on an album. She says at some point she had learned she stopped. They asked, were you involved with her decision to stop? She said no. It was a abrupt decision, yes. When did you learn about it? What did you learn about it at some point? When did you learn about it? She said, but you did learn about it at some point. She said, I did. Did you speak to Rob? She said, about her leaving, yes. Over the phone, briefly, yes. She recalled he told her that she needed to come to Chicago ASAP. This is the point where she starts to cry in the courtroom, you guys. She starts crying, and then he told her, once she got to Chicago, he told her that she was trying to file a lawsuit against him, and she needed to pick a team. That's where that pick a team, you either Team Precious or Team Kills. She flew back there. She went to the Olympia Fields home. This is also when she said when she got there, talked a little bit about what could be going on with Precious. She's still crying there, and then at this point there's a very long pause because she's crying. They asked, what did he say? She said he explained to her that Precious had filed a lawsuit, and it was around Rob. It was around the time that Rob was going to the World Cup, which was very important to him. Told her again she needed to pick a team, and he also stated that generally in these situations people come up missing. She knew for him to say for people to come up missing, she knew that to mean he had to be Team Kills or Team Precious. She learned later that the lawsuit was something around sexual harassment. Again, this is the time he was going to the World Cup. He was scheduled to perform. They said they started the convo in the studio, but somehow she was moved to another room that had a pool table inside. She don't recall why they moved rooms. They asked her when Rob told you. They asked her again when Rob told you to pick a team and that people go up missing. What did you understand that to mean? She didn't at first. She said she really didn't recall, but then she did take it as a threat. How did that end? She said at some point, Tom Arnold, the guy that was his assistant at Track Studio, you guys remember Tom Arnold? He went back to the room where she was at, and he told her to go with him. This was after a few hours of her waiting in that room. They ended up going downtown again. She said Tom was his assistant at that time, and Tom told her there was an objection by Canick. It was sustained. So then normally when it's sustained, all they do is go back and they just rephrase the question. Where did you go after when you went to the car and Tom drove downtown? She said she didn't know at that time exactly where she was going, but they did pull up in front of Mr. Jensen's office. And if you guys recall Mr. Jensen, it was Rob's attorney back then. She said she go into the building, and when she got off the elevator, Jensen greeted her, and they went to his office. He explained that there was a lawsuit on the table, and asked her several questions. He told her basically who it pertained to. He presented her with the affidavit and asked her to sign the affidavit. There was approximately 4 to 5 questions, yes or no questions on the affidavit. She said she may have read a few of the questions, but not all of them. Did you ever see it? One of the questions was kind of like, did you ever see Rob give her alcohol, and did you ever see them having sex? She said it was typed questions. There were questions the questions were not answered, but they were typed. She doesn't recall if she answered the questions herself. The judge then asked her, so you don't recall if you circled any of the answers on the affidavit? And she said no, but she definitely signed it. When left Jensen's office, did you receive a copy? She said no. She then went back to the airport and headed back to ATL. Did you speak with Robert Precious? Excuse me. She said no, not for a period of time. Did you later learn that her legal claim was resolved? She said yes. Okay, now, any questions on that? I think Sylvia has me on YouTube. I think she good. Any other questions you guys before I proceed to 2013? No? Okay. The judge is asking the questions because for some reason they don't seem to understand when the attorneys ask them the same question. So sometimes it takes the judge to simplify the question and then answer. So that's why. When there's like an objection or sustain, she'll try to phrase it differently because she kind of helping the prosecution out because they're not asking the questions correctly. So Kanika object and then the judge asks the question and then that person answers. So that's pretty much why. And she does it. She does do that for the defense as well. But I think the prosecution needs a little bit more help. I don't think they're as seasoned as Kanika is. So, Monet, she did say that in the hearings that I was going to before the trial actually started, she did say she wanted to limit the sidebar. She said she just thought that they were kind of disrespectful to the jury to be off talking in secret and they can't hear. So she did say she wanted to limit them, but at this point, no, they're doing a lot of sidebars. Okay, so 2013, several years after I don't know what that says. They reconnected. She ended up being an executive assistant for Divine Stevens. He's a music mogul out of ATL. She was on his payroll. How did you reconnect? She said her and Divine were having a discussion about they just wanted to do something different. They wanted to like take a hold of something. They wanted to go not in a different direction, but they was looking for their next big opportunity. So they started to have a discussion about Rob, and they said he would be a perfect candidate for this because they thought that they can get him off the bench. Yeah, she says that they thought that they could help get him off the bench. And she said, I apologize, Mr. She apologized. She said, I apologize, Mr. Kelly, for what I'm about to say, but we thought that we could help get him off the bench. She said they had a mutual friend that Divine knew that Rob also knew. So they agreed to meet at the friend's home. There they connected and they decided, okay, well, yeah, let's go to work. So then the type of work Divine did, he was in management. She was still his assistant. They worked on Rob's touring, setting up a tour for him. They worked on his album, and that's basically how they got started. Let me see. That's basically she said Rob was built a studio in Divine's home, and he also had a basketball court that he used as well. She said she transitioned from being on Divine's payroll to Rob's. The kind of work she did, she managed Rob's calendar. She worked on all type of projects with them. She worked with songwriters with Divine, and again they put together tours. She said she was working just as aggressively for Rob's projects with Divine as Divine was. She said they were challenged. They were challenged with some things because Rob insisted on getting a new lawyer. He had to be based out of Chicago, and he needed a stylist immediately. So Exhibit 44, they showed a picture of Linda Mitch. Are you guys familiar with Linda Mitch? She is the attorney that was recently just killed in a hit and run out of Chicago. Maybe I want to say 2 weeks ago. So I don't know if you guys heard about that, but she was recently just killed. So they hired Linda Mitch, and she ended up hiring a bookkeeper by the name of Joan Sullivan. They showed a picture of Joan in the courtroom. The stylist that they hired was Cash Howard. So at this point, you know that Cheryl brought in Cheryl brought in Linda Mitch, Divine, Joan, and Cash Howard. So Joan's role was to oversee books, most of financial. She worked very closely with Linda. After Linda Mitch came, then that's when they put together the RSK Enterprises. That was formed around late 2018, early 2016. She said prior to that, the other companies he had was Base Productions. They asked what involvement did Daryl have? She said she don't recall him having any role at that point. When you and Divine started working in 2013, what role did Daryl have then? And she said it again, I don't believe he had an active role. She said her and Rob did not discuss Daryl. Rob's living situation changed because he moved to the ATL. At first, he stayed in hotels, and then Divine was just thinking, with all his people that he moved with and everything, it was just getting to be too expensive. So they began looking for him a house. At the time, she said Rob would stay at Divine's house. Then they ended up leasing a home in Duluth, Georgia, 405 Homestead Road. Give me a second, y'all. Okay. I just talked about that. It was getting to get too many people because of the number of people he was traveling with. Some of these people included Junebug, John Brown, his nephew Van, someone else she couldn't remember that was a part of the security assistant, Michelle Adams, Diana, but she couldn't remember Diana's last name. They showed a picture of June Brown. Yes, assistant. That was his role. So as they showed the pictures, she listed their roles. Junebug, he was an assistant. Uncle Van, she don't know his role, but he was a nephew. Diana, she was a personal assistant. Any women? Yes, showing pictures again. Dominique moved to the ATL house. Juice moved to the ATL house. She said she also met Juice's mother. So they showed her mother's picture, which is Exhibit 53. V, she moved to the ATL house. Gerald Jones, Black. He was acting manager at that during 2013. As do you recall when you began working with Rob as an executive assistant? And she said 2014. Once you transitioned, was one of your responsibilities making travel arrangements for guests? She said yes. What did you do? She said, so she would get a text from Rob. She would get a text from the traveler. Basically, Rob would give her number to the traveler first, and then she would get a text from the traveler to initiate a travel conversation. She would ask them for their info, which included name, date, birth date, and the city they were traveling from. And then she would go and get that approval from Rob to book it. And then she used a travel company, which was called Preferred Travel. If it was late hours or they were closed or something like that and they couldn't reach them, she said, then she would just use the company credit card to pay for it, and she would schedule it herself. Are you aware of anyone else having a business company credit card? Linda and Joan had credit cards for RSK Enterprise. She said she often got requests for travel. She will still use Preferred Travel to make those travel arrangements. They all had those credit cards on file at that time. Then she says, so you went on the Black Panties tour? She said, yes, that's Rob's tour. When did that happen? She doesn't recall. She said she traveled on flights for the tour. Rob used either his tour bus or the Sprinter. He did off performances, and basically off performances was the booking agent would book spot dates at cities near where he was performing, and then he would so when he's not on stage for the tour, he would actually go and do a little performance in a little club or something like that. He said he had spy dates in 2015. They began showing pictures of Jane. When did you become aware of her? It was April 2015. She said she received a text from Jane. Rob gave her the number. She asked her to book the travel. They showed her exhibit 233C, which was text messages from Cheryl to Jane. April 2015 was the first. She gives her name and says she's in Florida. She asks for a date of birth and date of travel. She sends her date of birth and her travel and says she's coming tomorrow. After she received the info, she says she ran it by Rob. He approved it. And then she texts Jane and she told her that she would be on a flight of American Airlines to Los Angeles, and she sent her the confirmation number. Okay. Just because she took the information down, this is what she said she did. We all know, take down the birth date, the full thing in order to make those travel arrangements. But I'm pretty sure, and it's just my opinion, once she went to Rob and asked Rob, can I make these travel arrangements? I'm pretty sure she didn't sit here and say, this is such and such, their birthday is such and such, they coming from such and such, this, that. I'm pretty sure she didn't do all that. I'm just pretty sure she said, is it okay to make these arrangements for this particular person? And he said yes. So I don't think she gave that birthday, which I feel is the only reason why the prosecution asked that question like that, to make it seem as though Rob knew her birthday at the beginning to shut down the claims that he thought she was 18. But I don't think she's going to go in there and take all that information into him every single time. And she said she made plenty of travel arrangements. So you gave all that information. I doubt it. So she gave him the name of the person. That's what I'm going to say. And he approved it or he didn't approve it. This particular time, he approved it. She said she met with Jane in person. They were at the Las Vegas Mandalay Bay. Rob had a show there. She met her in the lobby. She said while Jane was checking in, she said she was just there to make sure everything went smooth. Do you recall if you attended the show? She said yes. They showed exhibit 233G. There was a series of text messages from Jane and her in Las Vegas. This occurred around May 3rd, 2015. Jane asked, do you know where the closest mall is? She responded, and Jane told her she wanted some Mickey D's and a Western Union. She asked, well, what time? And Jane responded, now if possible. Cheryl responded, okay, stand by. Cheryl then texted her back to let her know that there was some issues getting a taxi service. You guys remember we talked about this when Azriel was giving her testimony. It was really busy and it was hectic. It was hard trying to get her a cab. She said, I'm trying to figure it out. Is Mr. Kelly okay with you going out? It's really hectic out. And she said, no, I didn't ask him, but it's okay because she said, I'm not going to worry about it because it is too hectic trying to get a cab or a taxi. She said, okay, well, I'll get you some McDonald's. And then she said she wants to get Rob to approve that. And she said she basically had to get that approved, and then she got her McDonald's. Then we go to July 2015. They were in Connecticut. He was performing at a casino. Did any female guests travel? She said yes. It was Jane and Joy and Christy Lee. They showed Exhibit 78 of Joy. He did 3 nights there. Any shows in between? Yes, in New Jersey. Final show was in Connecticut. Were you there? Yes. She said, well, I was in the dressing room. Everyone was there. Rob was there as well. Rob asked her to make sure her guests were there. He specifically asked for Jane. She said she made sure that she was there. She would have been coming from the pit area. So the girls were actually still out in the pit area where they were watching the show. So she got Jane to make sure that she got from the pit area, because she had to be escorted from the pit area to the dressing room. In the dressing room, she said there were multiple men and women, but once Jane arrived, everyone sort of exited. Well, at least all the men did. Before that, everyone was having dinner. Generally, when his guests entered, the men, most of them would always leave. His protocol was men were not allowed in there when his girlfriends were, or female guests were. Jane, Cash, and Rob and her were left in the room. Cash eventually left. Then they began to discuss with Rob. They began to have a discussion with Rob that was kind of casual. She said they talked about Cash's birthday because her birthday was coming up, and they were all trying to figure out what to get her as a gift. She said just casual about work. Rob was sitting on a huge ottoman. He was laying back with his hands behind his head. She said she was opposite of him, and then Jane was sitting in a chair in front of him. She said Jane didn't really participate in the convo, but that wasn't unusual because generally they weren't allowed to mingle with the guests. So that wasn't unusual for her not to be speaking. They asked what happened next, and she said, very casual conversation. Jane gets up and starts to move in closer to Rob. She doesn't know why she got closer, but she got closer. She said Rob and her were wrapping up the conversation. So when Jane started moving closer, she said that was her cue to leave. She said she's seen her touch his legs and started doing like a little massage motion on his legs. After that, she got closer. Then Cheryl started gathering her things to leave. And then she said she just seen her move closer to Rob. She was kind of standoffish in describing it. So, she just kept saying she got closer. She said she moved in closer to his legs area. She's still massaging his legs. And then they asked, she said she's seen her face motion to the lower part of his body. There was an objection. The judge basically said, so you seen her head going down below his waist? And she said, yes. Then at that point, she left the room. She said that was her exit. She was uncomfortable. She was there for work, not for that. She said that following day, she had already started to draft her exit letter, but they were at a McDonald's. It was Joan, Jane, Hammer, the security guy, DJ, and someone else, and Rob. So again, there was Joan, Jane, Hammer, the security guy, DJ, and someone else, plus Rob. They started the convo about Cash's birthday again. Then they ended up telling her, I don't know what she did. She didn't, of course, she's not going to talk about it, but she talked about, they was telling her that she spoiled the surprise for Cash. Rob said that she told Cash what she was getting for her birthday. She said Rob started yelling at her. At this point, she's crying now too. They were having a discussion, and she was supposed to have told what her gift was supposed to be. She said for whatever reason, he started cursing at her and telling her to apologize to the guests for her behavior, when at the same time he was pounding on the table. She said she quit right then. And at that point, she traveled to ATL back from Connecticut. During the time, anybody have any questions on that? Is V the one they call Juice? No, V is a different person. Yeah, V is a different person. So this is where she said that she quit and she left Robin. At this point, this is 2015. That was that incident. I think people already probably heard about that big incident they had at the McDonald's. Why she ruined, right, but she left that. She said why she ruined the surprise. Exactly, but she left out how she ruined it because it was literally a day later. So she would have had to leave the dressing room where they was just discussing the gift and go straight to Cash and tell her what she was getting because the next morning at McDonald's. So why she do, I don't know. She said she was just between. So imagine you sitting on a couch and someone is like, I'm assuming she was crawling up to him and rubbing his legs. She never, I don't understand how she could have performed oral without Cheryl seeing Rob's penis for the amount of time that she was in there, because if Azriel came up and she said her head went down to his lower waist, that means it would have already had to been out, right? Unless she was licking her or something. She didn't. Yeah, so she managed to still wrap up the conversation while she knew this child was in there doing that, rubbing his legs. She finished the conversation. She didn't just stop and just leave. Then she gathered her things, and then she stopped to witness more of what Jane was doing, and then she left. Yeah. Okay. So then she said, sorry, during the time you worked, it was 2013 to 2015. Did you have to write letters? She said, yes. What was the circumstance? They were apology letters. Whose idea? Robert's. How did he tell you to write them? She said, what? She didn't understand the question. The judge had to fix the question again. She said she wrote the letter. She was being accused of, she said she wrote the letter because at that time she was being accused of partnering with his booking agents and taking money on the side. So basically, Rob was saying that she was double dipping. She says that she didn't. Rob told her to write a letter to apologize. She said she apologized out of fear and that she 1,000%, it was 1,000% scripted. She said the booking agent just paid her out of his pocket, and she apologized for not telling Rob. She said she wrote everything from Rob's mouth. He was in the room while she wrote it. Exhibit 424 was the envelope that says Cheryl Mack's statement, and then 424A was the actual letter. It began, Mr. Kelly, I'm writing to apologize because I'm aware I accepted money on the side from Reese and Baldy. At that time, it was 12, so we braked into about 12:20. Before the break, they shown exhibit 424 and 424A, and she had testified it was a letter that she wrote regarding the booking agent. She left the letter with Rob. She said she didn't get a copy of that letter. Then they showed her exhibit 425, which was a 5-page document. She said she recognized because they asked her, how many letters did you write during your time with Rob? She said 1 letter. So then the government comes back and they showed her the 5-page document. And they said, do you know who wrote this? And she said, well, I recognize the handwriting. It's mine. And then the last page shows her signature. But she says, she tells the government, well, it's still 1 letter because all of that was done in the same night. And this letter stated, writing this letter to Robert. No, I'm writing this letter to Robert, not Mr. Kelly, about my own insecurities. That's a flaw within myself. Who told you to write that? She said she don't remember. Do you recall having to write letters about insecurity? She said no. Exhibit 424B was a photocopy of Exhibit 425, and that appeared to be her handwriting, yes. Exhibit 426, it was another letter. Is this your handwriting? I don't recall. So then they asked her again, so is this your handwriting? She said, yeah, it looks like it, but I don't recall. So then they said, is this your signature? And she said, it looks like an old signature of mine. So she wasn't really admitting to the other letters because she had already told him that she only had wrote one. So during the course of employment, were you ever fined? And she said, well, she had a reduction in pay. They asked her why. She said it was because of the show her and Linda booked. Rob didn't believe the amount of money that he was paid is what he should have been paid for that kind of show. So whatever he felt the amount was missing, he basically reduced a pay. So she went without pay for about 3 to 6 months, and it was for off performance. So just to make that a little bit clear, they booked the show. Her and Linda Mitch booked the show for Rob. And let's say he felt like he should have been paid $25,000. I think at that time Rob was getting like $50,000 a show or something. And so let's say he thought he should have got $50,000, and they only took $20,000. So he like, okay, I know I'm supposed to get $50,000. So where's my money? You shouldn't have never booked this show, and I'm only getting half. I'm getting less than half of what I normally would get. So he took it out of their pay because we can't be for sure that they didn't book the show for $50,000 and then just take the other 30. Remember, this is all around the time where Diana Copeland testified that he had nothing but criminals and people that could not be trusted around him. That's the whole reason for her to even come back, just to watch some of these people. So he fined Linda, and he fined, he didn't, she said it wasn't a fine, it was a reduction in pay, Linda and Cheryl, because of him losing that money. He tired of losing money. He been losing money since he started. Like, come on now. And then guess how much she was getting paid, y'all? She was getting paid $10,000 a month to work for him. 10 G's. Yeah, everybody was first saying nobody was getting paid, but she was getting 10 G's from him. Okay. So then they talked about Divine having the basketball court. Did you attend the games? Did I say that this was the prosecution? Oh no, this is still a prosecution questioning her. Did you attend the basketball games? Yes. What did you notice about the females, about the female guests? When you walked in there was a wall, she said, and the guests would literally be facing the wall on the opposite side of the bleachers. She said she worked with Divine. Yes. Was he successful? Yes. Did he ever reduce your pay? There was an objection. It was overruled, and she said no. When you were Rob's executive assistant, what were you personally responsible? Were you personally responsible for anything related to security? She said no. When you entered a room, did Rob ever stand up for you? No. What did you notice happened when you entered the room with his girlfriends? She said they will all stand. And then the prosecution had no further questions. So the cross-examine, I wanted to go back to, so basically they was trying to say Divine was just as successful as Rob. And if she ever did anything wrong, we don't even know that she made mistakes like this with Divine. So why to ask, did Divine ever reduce your pay, was a stupid question to ask, because did she ever book shows for Divine and give people less than half of what they normally charge for shows? So what? That's probably why he never did it. And then she started with Divine in around 2013. So less than a year, she was back working with Rob. So maybe he had time to reduce her pay. She wasn't really working with him. She was still working with Rob. She was working with Rob, in 2013, but she was on Divine's payroll. She switched over to Rob's payroll in 2014. So she had more time to be with him to F up and get reduced pay than she did have with Divine. So I don't even know what was the purpose of that. So the cross-examine question, Kanick asks, so you were just asked whether Rob will stand up. You said no. She said, no, that's my testimony. He never stood to greet me when I walked in the room. Did he open doors for you? Yes. Did he open doors for others? Yes. You were asked about Stephen's Divine deducting your pay from. She said, yes, at some point I left him to work for Rob. You testified earlier. Wait, hold on. Hold on. She was basically saying that her and Divine, even though she left Divine and she began working with Rob, her and Divine was still a team. So they still teamed up on projects for Rob. You left, and he just basically went over there. You left Steve, but you still left Stephen's payroll and you went over to Rob. The prosecution objected. It was sustained. So he rephrased it. Was there a time on Stephen's payroll? There was a time you were on Stephen's payroll. What time was that? 2013. On Rob's, 2014. Were you on Stephen's payroll in 2014? She said no. So you testified that you went to the basketball games and you seen guests facing the wall. Yes. When were you in attendance? She said that's when whenever she was in attendance is when she seen it. He asked, was Divine there? Not sure. So he was not at none of the games. She said, well, I'm not sure if he was there or not. And then she described the incident where he hurt his foot and so he couldn't be out there. Did you ever see him in the gym? Don't recall. Basically, you said you and Divine decided to try to work with Rob. She said, I didn't say trying. Well, you said getting him off the bench. She said that was basically the activity. That meant that we were going to try to work with him because, and so in this part, they were kind of going through an argument. It was a lot of over talking, but she was saying, well, when I say get him off the bench in the industry, it doesn't mean the same as what it means normally. She said, get him off the bench. He just had less activity. So they was people wasn't hearing from Rob. So they was trying to get him up and going again, get him back, getting him back, active, getting him back out there so people can see his face and get some new music or something. I guess that's what she was referring to. And I just went up this. Let me see. They asked, so who exactly did Divine work with? She said Akon. He said, so Akon was an A-list artist? And she said, well, I'm not saying that. He was bigger than Rob. So was he bigger than Rob? There was an objection. The judge sustained it. He asked, didn't Akon at some point leave Divine? And she said, well, I can't speak on that because I don't know. How long did Divine represent Akon? She said for many years. Did he represent him last year? Before that, in 2015, 2016, 2014? She said, I don't know. You left the music business in 2015. Other than Akon, who else did Divine represent? She said, I had a long list of clients, but collectively, only Rob. And when she said collectively, I guess she was referring to, but her and Divine together, they only worked with Rob. Yes, I'm not going to delete any lives. No, Daddy Lolo, you got to go back to when Akon just be started. At that time, he was not an A-list celebrity. So we're not talking about like now. We're talking back 2013, 2014, 15. They said that this is Kenny questioning her. You said that you was representing Rob. She said, well, we actually did. She said, my time frame with him was 1 year. Don't know how long Divine was. She said, but she was being paid around from 2014 to 2015. Don't know if Divine was being paid by him. You talk about a letter that you wrote because you were double dipping. And she was getting real offended when they were talking about this issue with the money double dipping and everything. She was like, that was not what I was referring to when I wrote that letter. I never said I was double dipping. I said, but that's a term you use with the government. And she said, no, that wasn't the term she used. And when mechanics say, but you said that to the government, they should already know he finna pull out something that proves that you said it to the government. So then they asked, so you never spoke to Linda about booking side deals? She said no, but then she proceeded to say, we actually spoke to Rob about it first, then Linda. And she said, but there was never no side bookings made. And he asked, you were accused of making side deals. There was never no side bookings. So then the judge asked her, were you accused of this though by Mr. Kelly? So this was the funny part. She said, Judge, I'm asking the judge, were you accused of this basically double dipping? Right? That's the question you're trying to ask Mr. Kelly. I mean, Mr. Koenig. And then he said, it happens all the time. Meaning people call him Mr. Kelly all the time. That was funny. So then she finally said yes. Again, sometimes it just takes this judge to ask the questions in order to get the answers out, when she could have just said that in the beginning. Again, there was an allegation. It's fair to say that there was accusations that was made by Mr. Kelly. Yes. She said it was false though. Didn't ask you that. Then the attorneys asked you about it. Yes. Did John ask you about it? No. So after Rob had made the allegation towards her, he brought in his attorneys, and they all sat in the room with her and accused her of the same thing. So there was a big meeting about her double dipping. Did you speak to Linda and John together about this? No. When you spoke to Linda, where was it? She said it was in the cigar room at his home in Georgia. In that room, it was Rob, Linda, John. John was nonverbal. She said there was the gentleman promoter and another gentleman. Was Cash there? No. In that room, you admitted to working on the side. She said never. You wrote the letter though? Yes. You have your bachelor's? Yes. How old were you at this time? Close to 50. And at that age, he made you write he was able to make you write that letter. She said yes. And how long you been in business before that? 10 years. Did you understand the consequences of writing a letter? No. So you obtained your bachelor's in business. Yes. Part of business was negotiating contracts. She said, well, I learned that in corporate America, but yes, I also learned that. She said, well, I learned that in corporate America. So he asked, but did your college teach you anything? She said, yes. So you basically know that there would be consequences for writing that letter. She said, I wasn't thinking about that at all. Let me see. And yeah, again, right here, you guys, I notated that they were doing a lot of over talking because Kanik was starting to get into his Kanik mode and cursing this girl out. In that letter, I was apologizing for doing something that wasn't wrong. So basically, she said she was apologizing. The only thing she was apologizing for is because she did not tell Rob that the promoters were actually paying her out of their commission. But to my understanding, she was also getting paid from Rob as well. We go to this $10,000. So she was double dipping. She said she went on and on about her background. She was starting to talk about her background. Candy said, I'm not interested in your background. She said she apologized for not telling him his booking agent and promoters was paying them out of their commissions. So, and then again, she mentioned Baldy and Reeds. Testified about signing off at Jensen's office without reading. How old were you then? She said she was in her 40s. You still had your business bachelor's? You still had your business then? Yes. And you knew that was a legal binding doc that you had signed? Yes. She said, but she aggressively just wanted to get out of there. And he said, you don't remember if you answered the questions. She said that was many years ago. So at that time, the judge asked for a sidebar. Any questions? Since we're going to do a sidebar. So he was basically saying, how does a woman with all your expertise, your education, walk into a room and sign a document that's not true? Why would you sign this if it was not true? Why would you write it? Hey, Dom, why would you even write this if it wasn't true? I need to put this here. She was still incorrect. She was still. So he just like, we're not going to sit up here and buy that. This is your whole profession is negotiating contracts. No wonder Rob reduct your pay because you sitting up here don't read affidavits or nothing else for yourself. We did. How was he supposed to really rely on you to read contracts and stuff for him? So now we're starting to understand where all his money went. It's starting to come together. Can I give him? Here we go. Yeah, it is something wrong with the witnesses. They all guilty of something themselves, but they trying to sugarcoat, pussyfoot around that so that we won't know what they did and just put it all on Rob. Exactly. I don't remember what I did exactly. Okay, yeah. So lunch, we went to lunch at 1. We got back about 2:30. Let me see if I still trying to explain. So he was now remind you when he asked her that last question, the judge had asked for a sidebar. So he said the last question was answered about the questions. Remember, there was 4 to 5 questions that asked her if she had seen Precious and Rob having sex, if she had seen Rob giving her alcohol. She said that she didn't. So now my first thing is when that piece of paper was laid in front of me to sign, I'm gonna read it regardless because I think that's just habit. You read anything before you sign it. Does anybody just sign some stuff? But I'm gonna read and then I'm gonna want to answer those questions. I don't even got nothing like that. But I know I ain't gonna be sued for I don't understand that. How can somebody just look at a piece of paper? You're in an attorney's office, so you know that this is some legal binding shit. If nothing else is, this is gonna be because you're in his office. The off the bench situation. The judge kept calling. Let me these sidebars. Some of these sidebars don't even pertain to the questions or the witnesses. Some of these sidebars pertain to the judge trying to make sure they stand on schedule. So it was a lot of times she called. I got a scheduling question in the middle of something. So I read everything. Exactly. You're gonna read everything. So Kenny wanted to explain to her that he was trying to impeach her testimony because how can y'all help R. Kelly? He was saying, how can y'all help R. Kelly when you couldn't even really help Akon? Judge said she doesn't see the relevance. So he was trying to say, when he was talking about Akon, was he a big time celebrity? How far did Divine really get him? Then he ended up leaving Divine. So if you couldn't help Akon, why should we sit here and believe that you thought you was going to do something for R. Kelly? So when he was explaining that to the judge, that's why he was giving her that's why he was throwing those questions at her. She had said that she really didn't see the relevance and it wasn't important at all. He told to try to impose another question to try to attack her credibility because that's what he was doing. He was attacking her credibility, but for good reason. So she told him to try to do it with other questions. How do I feel about the judge? You know how when you have a classroom and you have some kids are very bright, but then you have other kids that's not really grasping the concept as fast as the other children. So that teacher may spend just a little bit more time with the other children just to keep them up to speed. That's how I feel she is with the prosecution. I feel that she has to hold their hand a lot to get them through this. I feel like that's pretty much. I don't think that whatever she's sustaining to when it comes to Kennick and his objections, I don't think that is hurting them at any point. She hasn't really if he sustained something, it wasn't something that was, oh my gosh, that testimony has killed. It wasn't nothing big like that. So if I had to break it down, that's what I feel like she kind of holding their hand a little bit. You got to also remember the judge is a former prosecutor, so she tends to understand the prosecution probably a little bit better than the defense side. She's going to seem a little bit more lenient towards them. The judge's daughter, and to my understanding, that was false. She was not a producer for the surviving R. Kelly. I think the judge's daughter is actually a teacher. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go back to this. She also asked Kennick to lower his tone when he's questioning them because he gets, when he can tell he lying. He like me when I'm on Sylvia's channel when I start cursing and stuff. It pisses you off. But she told him to lower his tone. And then she also says that the prosecution may not be able to close, to finish that day. However, they were. So the cross-examine continues. He asked her, how long did you work for Rob? She said a year. What was the sum total? 2014 to 15. That was the sum total that I was being paid for while working for him. You signed the affidavit at Jensen's office in 2009, correct? When did he tell you about the lawsuit with Precious? She said early 2010. I kind of thought that maybe I misheard that because I didn't understand how she was signing something. And then she said that the lawsuit, she was told about it in 2010. But when the prosecution asked, she said Rob had called her and told her to get to Chicago ASAP. And when he got there, he told her that there was an issue with Precious. And that's when he made the statement, you got to pick a team. I thought that was 2000, around the same time. So I don't understand how she signed, because remember, Tom Arnold drove her straight to Jensen's office to sign. So how did you sign the letter before you found out about the lawsuit? When he asked you to pick a team and to people go missing, yeah, when was that? Yes, in 2010. So again, this is Kennick, and he calm with it. He not even letting them know you just messed up. He not even saying that. Hopefully the jury is catching all of that, because I did. She said 2010. How is that possible? All of that's supposed to happen before you went to Jensen's office, is what you testified to earlier. But now it happened after the fact. This was all during the break. So it only took an hour and a half for them to switch up some stuff. He asked, so you took it as a threat? Yes. Were you a teenager? You weren't even a teenager. Yes. You were in your 30s, correct? Yes. But it frightened you. Yes. Did you report it? Did you report it to the police? No. Did you stop working with him? Basically, no. But she said at that time she wasn't really working, because remember, she wasn't getting paid. She wasn't on payroll to 2014. So she said she wasn't working with him, but she still, worked underneath them without being on payroll. But you didn't stop that either. No. And you returned again, yes, years later to work for him. But she said, but this time I had a partner. And he said, I didn't ask you about that. But you still came back in late 2013 to 2015, correct? And you went to Jensen's office when? And now she says, late 2009 to early 2010. Now, mind you, he keeps coming back asking the same questions because he knows these people is lying. And they're not going to be able to keep them dates. The more questions you ask about dates and then you go back, they forget. And that's exactly what she's doing on this stand. He just asked that question less than 20 minutes ago, but he asked her a certain amount of questions in between. And then he went back to the first question he asked just so it's on the record that within that same test, in the same questioning, she changed the story twice. But this time she realized, so she tried to, catch herself. So she said, instead of saying 2009, because she probably realized, oh, I said that he did this in 2010. So now she says late 2009, 2010. So then he asked, you went to college and had your bachelor's. You went to college, got your bachelor's degree, and you still signed off on the affidavit without reading it. She said yes. And you flew home, correct. Did you make a note that you had seen Kelly signed off on the affidavit and didn't even read it? No. You've been in business for how long at that time? After you signed, you still went back and worked for Rob. She said correct. And he asked how much she was making. Her salary was $10,000 a month. Then he asked, Rob accused you of making side deals, but you continue working with him. Correct. You had a meeting with him and the lawyers, and then you wrote that letter. Correct. Was Kelly with you? Yes. And then Kennick says, when the judge asked you that question, you told the judge that you were alone. Do you remember? She said yes. Rob, and then he also said for that gym that he was using in Divine's house, Rob paid for that gym installation. She said, well, I don't recall. Because at one point she was trying to make it seem as though Divine had made all these altercations to his home for Rob, but Rob was actually paying for that stuff. You started working with Precious in 2009 for almost a year. Introduced in late August 2009 in person. Her birthday was 10 October 8th. She said she didn't recall the year. When Precious was working with Rob, he didn't tell her, he didn't tell her what to wear? And she just said, I don't have an answer for that. You told the jury Rob didn't allow convo with male employees. She said, correct. Well, he didn't allow any male and female convo. Is that correct? Yes. So it wasn't just you, but it was no employees because it was a part of his practicing to no fraternizing. And she said, correct. They said you saw something. You said you saw something happening in the dressing room, and I think Kennick was the first one to say, you said you saw Jane giving him oral sex. But he said you saw something happening in the dressing room with Jane. Correct. When she first contacted you, did you, he asked those questions, he had slipped because keep in mind, Kennick goes back. So he know what he's doing, just like I just showed y'all. So if you wonder why does he ask this one question, get an answer, and then go to something totally different, that's the technique lawyers have. Get you to testify that it's on the record. So when he later on down the line comes back to it, you say something different, that's how they catch you up. So then he goes to, when she first contacted you, you got her birthday. Yes. You basically said you witnessed Jane giving Rob oral sex. She said, I never said that. You said that, but you didn't say that because you didn't see it, correct? She said, no, I didn't see it. Did you contact Rob and say you didn't feel comfortable after what happened, after what you witnessed in the dressing room? No. Did you contact law enforcement? No. Okay, he was asking, did you contact law enforcement? Because she was the person who admitted to knowing Jane's actual birthday. And if you've seen this happening in a room, why would you contact law enforcement and say, I just witnessed some child abuse or whatever, child sexual abuse or something? But she said she didn't. She said no. Instead, she contacted a lawyer in Chicago. And he asked, well, is that law enforcement? Do you know what law enforcement is? And she said, absolutely. And no, it isn't. when he met her, she was an inspiring singer and she was 18 years old. Correct? She said, I do not recall that. He asked, oh yeah, my hair. You quit your employment because of the scene Rob had made at McDonald's. She said, well, I was already quitting and I had drafted a exit letter the night before. When you met with the government, did you tell them that you drafted a letter the night before? She said, I don't recall. At the basketball games where you said the women were facing away, was Precious facing the wall? I don't recall. Was she wearing sweats? I don't recall. So then he began to show her what she had said to the government. Does this reflect that you told the government Precious didn't have to face the wall or wear sweats? Yes. I asked you earlier if you can recall Rob telling you that Jane was 18, and you said you don't recall. Okay, so at this point, for some reason, everything had paused. He said, okay, this is what happened. He said, I asked you earlier if you recall Rob telling her, and then there was a pause. The judge had asked the jury to step out for about 5 to 10 minutes. And then once the jury left the room, she said the witness was feeling faint and needed to step out. Then asked to see the lawyers. After a while, so somehow I didn't see it, but Cheryl had said something to somebody that she felt like she was finna faint and she needed to leave out and get some water or something. So the judge let her step out. Then the judge had asked to see the lawyers at the sidebar. About 10 minutes later, she came back in. But it's just mighty funny when he grew you like that, and when he got you, then all of a sudden you feeling faint. She did all of the crying, now she feeling faint. Let me see, is there any questions on her? Who is Precious? Precious is an artist that Cheryl had brought to Rob to try to help. That was her artist when she met Rob. My first grade teacher broke the law for having me face the walls 30 years later. Now with my chest. That's the thing. That was not asked. She never told him, Rob, do you know that she's not 18? He told her she was 18. And even when she found out that she wasn't 18 because she was booking her plane tickets, she still didn't relay that information to Rob. Even when she said she seen them in the dressing room doing whatever they was doing, she did not say, that's the girl 17. She didn't say none of that. Somebody asking how much longer, I would say next week, and then maybe the week after that. On the last live, I said, in my opinion, I think the jury will be back with a verdict around the October 4th week. Yeah, also, okay. What Kandick is also going to bring out now is that they're not only basing it on the docuseries, but they're also basing it on that manuscript that Cheryl had wrote. You guys remember that? Yeah, her body couldn't stand up to him. Hot mess. Is anybody on Sylvia channel maybe have a question? Okay, so let me go to the next. I was trying to drink some of this. This one got cold. They asked her again if Rob had told her that Jane was 18 years old. She said she don't recall. You don't recall asking him who Jane was? And he told you that she was a singer who's 18 years old? I don't recall. Showing her a doc where she told the government that that's exactly what Rob had said to her. Why do these people lie when they know daggone well that that's just crazy. You know you told them this. Why? Because you told it to the feds that's working against Rob, so you feel like the feds is not going to give information to the defense for their case. They have to turn all that stuff over to the defense. So regardless of what side you on, they both going to have the same information that you told to whoever you told it to. That's their job. They probably go out to eat and go to lunch after the stuff is all over with. So y'all really real stupid to sit here and say you don't recall something that you just told the government that interviewed you less than 2 years ago, but you recall everything you did from 30 years ago. That don't make no sense. They asked to give her the document so that she can refresh. She read the document. He asked, so does that refresh her memory? She said, okay. Judge says he wants to know if that reflects your memory. You can't answer with an okay. She said yes. So going back to the incident at McDonald's, Rob told you to apologize to Jane. You told him you were not going to apologize to a guest. Yes. That's when you left and packed your bags and left the next day. Yes. When you engaged with the attorneys, what year did you engage with an attorney? She said she didn't recall. Did you engage in 2015? She said yes. Who? Scott Hoops. Then another attorney. Did you file a lawsuit? She said I never did a lawsuit. It was a complaint file that never went to court. Do you recall when it was? I don't recall the date, but it was sometime in 2015. So she was mad at the situation with Jane, and it was enough to make her go get an attorney behind that. Somehow, I'm guessing the lawsuit wasn't filed because they probably told her, what are you going to get from it? You know, first of all, you was already making $10,000 more than what you should have been making. So what are you hoping to obtain from this lawsuit? So instead, she went another route. She said she wasn't involved in the SRK. I can't say that for nothing, y'all. That's why I always say surviving R. Kelly. I don't know why. SRK. It's so hard. She said she wrote the manuscript that ended up in the public. Yes. She said that wasn't what initially was supposed to happen, though. She said, didn't you say at some time Rob could write a song better than he could call his own name? She didn't answer. At that time, Judge asked for a sidebar. So she said that in the public. Yeah, she didn't answer that question. There was a sidebar. When did you write the manuscript? She said she don't recall. Was it before SRK? Yes. You made of a lot of exaggerated claims in that manuscript. She said, I don't recall. You don't recall telling the government that you made exaggerated claims? And she said, oh, I don't understand. You told them that some of the claims were exaggerated. She said, correct. I exaggerated it for a proposal. So she was fishing a book. She was trying to write a book. She put her manuscript together and she juiced it up. What was it for? She said what I just said, a book opportunity. She said she made the exaggerations to make it more juicier. It was a proposal. So it was an exaggeration so that it would sell. And then, so you were hoping that it would sell, correct? She said, I don't recall. He said, so you wasn't hoping that you would sell this book to at least one person? She said, possibly. Being a smart butt, like saying, I didn't care if it did or if it didn't, but you did, because you put all the work into starting it anyway. She said she don't remember the day she wrote the proposal. Judge asked her, so you don't, again, same question Kennick just asked, Judge had to come back and ask. So you don't remember the date? She said maybe it was 2010 and ended in 2015. She don't recall. So she was saying she had been working on that since 2010 all the way up to 2015. You filed the lawsuit in 2016, correct? Don't recall. About to show her some documents to refresh her testimony, or to refresh her memory, I'm sorry. What was the name of the law firm you consulted with? And she said, well, I believe it was Susan's, and then said, I don't recall. And then they showed her a document to recall, and she said, oh yeah, it was Scott Hoops. 2015 was the date. They were asking when she filed the claim. They read the letter, and she was trying to say, no, that's not when I filed the claim. That's the date of the letter. but when in actuality, it was actually the date that she filed the claim, 2015, not 2016. That's Kennick had at that point asked for a second. He went over some documents. Judge said sure. He came back and he said nothing further. So then there was a redirect. Any questions? So she got caught up online about that the manuscript that she wrote that got leaked somehow and the public read, which was the start of really all of this. She said she admitted in court, for everyone that doesn't believe it, she admitted in court that she exaggerated the majority of that manuscript that was supposed to be a book. They asked, this is the prosecution, ask questions about Divine Stevens working together. Yes. You indicated Divine had a long list of clients, past or, she said, yeah, well, past or present. And she said the past, he works with Akon, TLC, T-Pain, long list of ATL artists. Has he ever worked with Jay-Z? Not sure. Indirectly, I believe. He's worked with Beyonce. At that point, too, I'm sorry, when he asked if he worked with Jay-Z, Kennick did object, but it was overruled. So she continued to answer, not sure, maybe indirectly. He's worked with Beyonce, Destiny's Child, the Braxton Sisters. Again, she said the list go on. When you and him began working together with Rob, Rob wasn't living at the Olympia Estates, correct? His residence was being foreclosed on. Objection. What you have to bring up his residence was being foreclosed on. The objection was sustained, so they moved over there. They asked you questions about your education. Yes. The incident where you signed off on the affidavit, that was just a few hours after Rob had told you that people go up missing. Correct. Was that still on your mind? Yes. So basically they're saying because of the statement that Rob had made to her, she was under, what's the word I'm looking for? She was under, not pressure, but like pressure to sign that affidavit. That's why she didn't bother to try to read it or anything. She was just, how did Larry get that letter out of testimony? Yeah. Okay. Questions about they asked her questions. This is still the prosecution, excuse me. They asked her questions about your business. Yes. You work for corporate America. Yes. You're a business owner. Yes. You work for Divine. Yes. Apart from with Rob, had you ever been asked to sign an affidavit or write a letter? No. They asked if you were alone. What did you mean by when you said that? Okay, because remember, she's told the defense that Rob was in the room, but when the judge asked her, she told the judge, no, I was alone when I wrote the letter. However, so the prosecution is coming back asking her, what did you mean by she said, well, I figured Rob being there was the and other people. So she was saying distress. Thank you. I was close. And she said, I was saying it like outside of me and Rob, the obvious people, no one else was there. That's what she meant by alone. They asked about your book. It had nothing to do with surviving R. Kelly. It started after Precious left. She never did anything to try to make that public, but it did end up public. They asked questions about lawsuits. Letter drafted. The letter was really never filed. A lawsuit never ever happened. So then cross-examined again. asked about a meeting with Rob, and the question from the judge was, were you by yourself? And you answered it, yes. Did you think that she meant by yourself, meaning you and Mr. Kelly? She said, I did. I thought Rob was the obvious. And said she was, I thought that the judge was talking about other people. You said he worked with Jay-Z. Yes. When? Don't recall. Where? Don't recall. How? Don't recall. What project was it? Don't recall. Was this prior to you working with Divine? Yes. When did you start working? I don't recall. Now she don't recall working with Divine, y'all. What year it was. Duress. Thank you. Distress or duress? Duress. Okay, but now she does not recall working with Divine. When did you start working? When did you start working with him? I don't recall. When did Akon start working with him? I don't recall. Could it have been 2008? Could have been. So if he started working with Akon in 2008, but she didn't even meet Rob to 2009, why is she talking about artists that Divine worked with that she wasn't even a part of? That was she didn't start, and I know more than I know when she started working with Divine better than she do in 2013. So why would you bring up Akon? So Daddy Lolo, that's why he wasn't an A-list celebrity at that time, because I thought it was 2013. It was actually 2008. When you worked with Beyonce, don't recall. Just know it was the earlier part of her career. And when he started working with Beyonce, don't recall. Then Kenny said, didn't he actually do some choreography? Well, that wasn't with those artists. Were you working with him during Usher? No. Justin Timberlake? No. Wasn't Rob at that time working with, when you came into the picture and her and Divine decided that they wanted to get Rob off the bench? Rob was actually working with Mariah Carey. I don't know. Do you recall him doing a whole album for Bruno Mars? Yes, we closed the album. Kennick said, we. Then said, do you recall him working with Whitney Houston? I do not recall him working with Whitney Houston. Did he work around that time? Didn't he work around that time when you were there with Lady Gaga? And then that's when the judge asked for a sidebar again. So, again, she was caught in the lie. What was the purpose of the sidebar? I do not know, you guys. I'm sorry. Maybe it'll be in the transcripts, but I really don't know. But he just really hit something on the head. How are you getting this man off the bench when he working with Bruno Mars, Mariah Carey, Whitney Houston, Lady Gaga? Where was he benched? When was he benched? Exactly. Anybody over here? Okay. So Kelly worked in 2013 with Lady Gaga and Bieber. Yes. These were people he worked with when you joined, correct. So he was working with these people when she joined. So why did she testify that they wanted to get Rob off the bench? Makes no sense. Redirect. Prosecution. Redirect. Because this is the third time they question it. You asked the question about what the judge asked you. Objection, overruled. Did you tell the government that you were with Rob and no one else? And during that, the Kennick had objected several times, and the judge just kept overruling that. And she said that I told the government I was with Rob and no one else. Kennick questions again. He comes back because the judge overruled everything every objection he made. He said, as you sit here, do you have a reflection of when you told the government you were alone? Judge sustained it. And she said, because I said she don't think she sustained that because she said, I actually don't think that was the question that the prosecution had read back. So the judge read it back. And it was when you talked to the government, you told them you were with Rob when you wrote that letter. She says, I don't recall, could have been the first meeting when she told him that. So Kennick showed her a document. The judge asked which meeting, so she knows which document to look up. Took her a long time to try and find. Prosecutors said that they aren't finding it. So basically what happened, she had more than one meeting with the government. During the first meeting, she told them that she didn't, Rob was not there. So I'm just going to sum that up right now. So during the first meeting that she had with the government, she said that she was alone. The same thing she told the judge. 9 days before trial started, she switched it up and said that Rob was in the room. So I kind of skipped ahead, but that's how Kenneth called her up right there. So the government started to question her. The government stipulated it's not in the doc, so they showed her another document where it was. Prosecution questioned her on July 30th, 2021 over Zoom, with the government showing a doc. During that time, during that meeting, you recalled a time when Kelly made her write a letter in the studio. She said yes, in the studio, 2014 to 15, and she talked. I'm sorry. And she stated that he was very aggressive and made her change her number after, and she was afraid of him. Yes, that's what she told the government July 30th, 2021. 9 days before the trial was expected to start, because remember, it was still expected to start on the 9th, not that following week. So then Kenny came back and said, you told the government in the first meeting you were alone, but during the Zoom meeting, 9 days before trials, basically what I'm saying, you told them that you told them what the prosecution just read to you. Correct. Judge calls for a sidebar. Judge says it's for the scheduling. So she was talking about that they will call the next witness. So for some reason, the judge wanted to get her off the stand and decided to call the next witness. She said the only reason is so that they could stay on schedule. She wanted to make sure the prosecution got in their last witness. That way, just like what we're doing on Monday, the defense is up with their witnesses. They can just pretty much go back and cross-examine the prosecution witnesses on Monday. So the next, and she let us know that we was going to be stopping at 5 instead of 5:30. So the next witness they called was Dr. Hughes. I think it was Donna Hughes, but I got Don Hughes here, but she was it was a female. Okay. This right here, y'all, I'm going to breeze through this because I promise you, the judge told her probably about 10, 11 times along with Kennick that she was going so fast. It was so hard to keep up with her. But what I'm going to tell you about what she's saying will just sum up the purpose of why they wanted to rest with her. So she is a doctor of clinical psychology. It's the study of human behavior. She diagnosed people that suffer from anywhere from mental illnesses to all type of abuse and things like that. She's a forensic psychologist. She deals with psychological issues that may have she's basically can be used in court. She's received multiple degrees. She went to Yale. She does training in traumatic stress and domestic violence, etc. I said in here a lot, going too fast. She talks to male batterers and women in abusive relationships. She's worked with veterans, sex abuse. She runs a child sex abuse program. The judge asked her again to slow down. She said she's been licensed since 96. She has a private practice for clinical psychology. She suffered, that's pretty much for anyone who suffers some type of abuse, traumatic, or have disorders. So she accesses people for all different mental states for court and etc. Have you treated any? Okay, wait, before I go to, anybody have any questions about Cheryl Mack? If anybody, let me go to Sylvia. I can't go to Sylvia. Anybody on Sylvia's channel have any questions about Cheryl Mack? Okay, so that's crazy. Got it. So wait, the judge called the next witness. Not the judge didn't call the next witness. She told the prosecution to call their next witness just so that they can kind of keep things moving and they wouldn't get stuck on Cheryl Mack. None of these girls were afraid. They just didn't want to lose the person that was taking care of them. If I was Rob, I have a question for him. When she made that manuscript and it went public, I would have had some people jump on top of that then, and I would have began a lawsuit against her right then and there. Because that probably would have deterred other people from wanting to come out and jump on board with that stuff. If he would have had some lawsuits filed like expeditiously when that occurs. As soon as that hit social media, somebody should have been in court the next day. I feel somebody dropped the ball on that, because you wouldn't be able to put no manuscript out there about me without my permission, and then you lying, and it's related to things that I'm already being accused of or been accused of, and you just putting me back. How many years since that? 2008, 13, 14 years? You taking me back 14 years. So I think that was the first thing somebody should have done. He was being nice, and then not only that, if he knew that she was stealing from him, stealing is stealing. That's you breaking the law. She could have been fired. All he asked her to do was write an apology note, admitting what she done. And it's not like the others came and said that they just had to write these letters because it was advised by the attorneys. No, she was told to write this letter because she was actually being accused about it. She actually had to have a sit down with his attorneys and etc. about it. I don't understand why this wasn't taken further, but again, that's him saying that he has a kind heart, because it's a lot of people I would have been suing. Like, you getting paid $10,000 and you still stealing. And then I would have brought them promoters and the booking agents on as my witnesses that she was double dipping, and she would have been paying back some money. She would have been paying me. Kendra, none of this equal to the charges. None of it. Felicia, you're welcome, sweetheart. So basically, I'm trying to figure out what would have been her role for her. What was her testimony? I guess her testimony was supposed to be that she witnessed Jane in the room massaging his legs when she was 17. But she also testified that Rob told her that she was an 18-year-old aspiring singer. What else could have been a role? What else did she say? Oh, that he threatened her. So I guess she was trying to say that he's violent. He told her that people come up missing. Okay, so I'm going to say this. If people come up missing, why didn't Faith come up missing? Why wouldn't he did something like drastic like that to Faith, or said something like that to Faith, instead of sending letters to her attorneys and then telling her he's going to issue a cease and desist? Why wouldn't he have said something like that to Faith? That makes no sense. Why would he say it to you? All the stuff that Faith was trying to do to him, she never once testified that he said anything like that to her. Instead, he sent letters, or someone that was acting on his behalf allegedly sent these letters to the attorneys, which in my opinion, they thought they was doing something to help the situation, but they didn't get any type of legal advice first. So they doing some hood shit, and they went and they tried to help the situation, but they actually made it worse. So that's my opinion, but because I really don't feel like somebody is going to send something that's very illegal to an attorney and not think that they're going to go to jail. So they had to think this was going to help the situation, but it didn't. So why wouldn't he tell Faith that? That don't make no sense. And people do, but I don't think in Rob's case, I don't think he want his name attached to that. This is a man that has no record, no, none of that. Do you really think he gonna mess up his career to have for Cheryl Mack to come up missing? For what? What can you say about him that's gonna really hurt him? Why would he say that? Especially if he around here settling as many lawsuits as they claimed he settled. What he gonna be so upset about this one particular lawsuit? Why ain't everybody that filed a lawsuit saying that he's coming to them and he threatening them like that? All I'm hearing is that when situations arise, he's getting his lawyers involved. He's acting out on what his lawyers told him to do. He's acting out on what management told him to do. So he's doing what people that he's hiring, that he's placing in those positions to direct him, because okay, he's a singer, he's not an attorney, he's a singer, he can't manage his money and all of that stuff. So these people that were hired to do the job, he's allowing them to do the job. And when these situations arise, he's pretty much, okay, so what should I do? They're telling him, and if it's your attorney telling him, that's what you're going to do, because it's an attorney, right? They have yet to show, like, I take that the people disappear comment to mean that you are out of the circle for good. It could have meant anything. She didn't ask him to elaborate. I mean, if it was me, I'm gonna be like, what you trying to say? People come on miss. Okay, they sure do. What you trying to say? Well, then again, that's just me. I would have been on the phone. But with her, you just signed some stuff that you legally bind into, and then you just got on the plane and went home and just didn't want to look back at it, not knowing what he was going. You don't know what he was going to do. Hell, that letter could have said that you was sleeping with that girl, and you signed it. Okay, yeah. So this lady, as I said, she's a psychologist. They asked her if she's treated patients that's dealt with domestic or sexual assault. She said, of course, probably thousands. She was treating them before she was even actually a psych license. She said she's board certified. How many? That's all of this is not relevant. None of this is relevant. So when they start out, they ask them all these questions about their education and their experience and stuff, just so that they can go on the record as an expert witness. So that's basically what the first part of this is. Her hourly rate is $500 an hour. They asked, are you familiar with grooming? She said, yes, that's a nonviolent technique that child offenders use to get access to a child. They prey on child techniques used to perpetrate the abuse, like giving them special gifts that is not age appropriate. So for example, if an adult gives a child alcohol and they take the alcohol and then some type of abuse happens afterwards, that leaves the child feeling like, oh, I can't say anything because I did something wrong in that situation too. So that's grooming. Interpersonal violence. It's when one person is violent towards another person, such as it's just the act, like rape, the actual sexual assault, things like that. They took his kindness for weakness. They never saw that killed him, sweetheart. Exactly. Well, now we understand why he said he just want his day in court. He just want his day in court, and he ain't taking no pleas or nothing else like that, because he knew it was going to get on the stand and everything was going to flop. They try to make it seem like this man is not all the way there, or he's not as smart as the next person, but he actually probably smarter than most people think. He's smarter than everybody that's took the stand so far. He knew they was going to get up there and make a fool out of themselves. You can't tell me that all of these people were scared of him. Not one of them stood up. So no, all of these people wasn't scared of him. That's crazy. It's impossible. Yeah. Some of his attorneys were crooked too. I linked that. Did you guys know that Susan Loggins and Daryl McDavid actually went to law school together, or business law school or something together? So they were actually acquaintances. And the reason I found that out is because I was questioning, how was Demetrius able to take Tiffany Hawkins to Susan Loggins? Like, where did he find her? Out of all the attorneys in Chicago, how did he know to find her? How did he know to go to her? And then it came out that Daryl McDavid was actually friends with Susan. So it was a setup from the setup. He been once buried. It was just like, it was a setup from beginning to up until now. That man was just being set up. No wonder, like, they tested that he was so paranoid. He had reasons to be. It was either not be paranoid and give up your gift and just go live a normal life, or do what you were born to do and just have your guards up. Just imagine that life where you have to live every single day with your guards up. You can't trust nobody. That has to be awful. That's awful. I think too. Yeah, they wasn't gonna do that though. Those girls wasn't gonna get together and kick his ass. They wasn't gonna do that. All of them could have done that. Even Drea, so much that she could have done. That was her husband. She was legally entitled to half of everything that he owned. Oh, well, I mean, if they divorced, but while they were married, what was his was hers. It's so much she could have done. It's so much stuff she could have started, schools and what is she? And she said, well, she asked him, and you didn't have to ask. You didn't have to ask. You go out here, you working with the king of R&B. The man is a genius. Why not open a school for other kids that have dyslexia and they love music and they geniuses, and just teach them what you learn from being around Rob? That school would have made so much money in the city of Chicago, and people could have just used their that's their experience that they had, and they could have just took off. Nobody used their relationship with him to benefit themselves in no way, shape, or form. Everybody was in that moment of today. Nobody was thinking about tomorrow, the next day. So much they could have done. So many communities and stuff he could have been a part of. Like, when I lived in Chicago, my kids used to go to the James Jordan Center. Michael Jordan put all of these little rec centers and stuff in the hood parts of Chicago, so that the kids can have somewhere to go for activity, sports, play basketballs, get homework and stuff done. That could have been done in his name, and he in Chicago, so he could have been making appearances. And the person that helped him come up with that could have been money. You know how much money Chicago was giving for these rec centers and things like that to happen? But nobody thought to do that. Why not invest, since he liked McDonald's so much, in half the McDonald's in Chicago? All the money y'all was stealing with him, and probably neither one of them have anything to show for it. That's sad. When Drea said what she said, she left with $1,200 in her pocket. That sounded like some, excuse my language, but that sounded like some shit straight out of that What's Love Got to Do with It? When I ain't got $1 to my name, I just want to keep the name. That's what that sounded like to me. Script. So it was like, he was smarter than all of them. They was all the real dummies at the end of the day, because ain't nobody leave with nothing. Yeah, it was walking around too busy saying, oh yeah, I know R. Kelly. Yeah, I'll get to go to his shows and this and that. Eventually, okay, I didn't see his show like myself. I didn't memorize what his concerts is like. Now it's time to make your money make some more money. And then some. Those are type of people, all these people with these business degrees. Money is the root to all evil. If this case don't tell you nothing, it tells you that. Okay, so I'm sorry. I'm getting kind of sidetracked, but we still talking about the doctor that was on the stand, and she's basically just testifying to the different types of abuse And as I go on, you're going to understand why they have her on the stand. So I just talked about interpersonal violence, which includes like rape, sexual assault, anything, the actual act. Individuals cope after interpersonal assault. Most of these are not single incidents. So it's kind of a pattern. All incidents at once. It's all the incidents at once that do the damaging. It's the grooming, it's the self-doubt, self-blame, fear, anxiety, etc. are all patterns of abuse. So it's a pattern. Um, you begin to feel your lack of self-worth, rationalization. Victim is trying to make some sense of what's happening to them, trying to understand how a person that could be so nice and so kind and give them such nice things could also be their abuser. So they make excuses for him. For, like example, maybe he's just having a bad day, or maybe this isn't going right, because all they know is that this person was once gave them is so good to him. So how can he also be so bad to him? Disassociation. That's when they disassociate themselves from abuse because they want the good parts of the relationship, but they don't want the abuse. So basically, you stay and you endure that abuse because you want whatever is coming out of it. You want the shopping sprees. You want the trips and the jewelry and the money and just just the recognition of being such and such girlfriend or something. So that's called disassociation. Grooming susceptible to adults, adolescents, and etc. Yes, because because they're saying if you're 25 and under, your brain is not fully developed. So a person is able to come in and groom you, and that's when nurse actually starts. She asked about the appearance of normalcy, meaning they look normal on the inside, but they're not. I mean, they look normal on the outside, but they're not in the inside. They try to appear normal, make it look like things are okay, but in the outside, it doesn't match. Can you explain when physical abuse takes place as spankings? She explained that a spanking is falls in line with like punishment, and she was saying no one should be punished if that person is not being punished by an adult. No one should be using that term, I'm going to put you on punishment, or I'm going to give you a punishment, unless it's coming from a parent, because the one thing a parent punish you for is because they're trying to correct a bad behavior or something that you did. So if it's not coming from the parent, at that point they're saying that shows, if a person tells that doctor she's being spanked, she looks at that like the abuser is using that as some form of power in the abuse. Sexual assault is all over. Is the overall majority, the offender is known to the victim. So she was saying most sexual assaults actually occur to people that are known to the victim. It hardly ever occurs to someone that they don't know. And they said that a lot of sexual assault victims end up in disbelief because they can't believe that the person that's supposed to love them has violated their body. I kind of summed it up what she was saying. Lots of things that affect there's lots of things that affect how victims cope with assault. Alcohol definitely plays a part in consent to sex that constitutes rape because they can't consent. In a relationship, a victim will try to stay to make peace and bring out good things to access the person they once saw as being good, because they remember just the good times. Isolation. If somebody isolates you, they don't have the ability to. Okay, she was saying if somebody is being isolated, they don't have the ability to really rely on social support. So once the offender separates you, eventually you begin to feel like, and you don't have other resources, you begin to feel like you need that person because that's all you have. And if you leave or if you go somewhere else, you have no social support. So who's going to help you? And it's basically something that says, I'm guessing it was, I don't remember what it was, I didn't write it down, but she said something about it makes someone believe what you believe. Subjection, that's trying to get power and control over a certain individual. Surveillance is basically allows the victim to know that no matter where she is, there's always eyes on them. You if you're checking up on them at certain periods, anytime you checking their phones, their emails, you just popping up. That the victim begins to believe that they can't get away. Secrecy, she's how she explained, if it's a healthy relationship, you don't have to keep secrets. The offender is allowed to continue abusing when they're secret. Wait, so this is what they're trying to paint. Yes, this is they. Hey Pamela, they bringing in this accuser because they're trying to say that everything that I'm naming off is what these accusers were going through, and it's explaining why they didn't file police reports, why they didn't leave, why they didn't tell their parents, or why they left and came back. She's breaking it down, the different types of abuse and what they go through mentally, what they can be suffering from is the reason, and she's explaining why they wouldn't do those things. So I'm just going through them. I'm just going through them all now, so that you guys. Oh, this not a lot. So I'm just going through how they tried to rest their case. Intimidation is the compliance allows someone to do what you want them to do without. Okay, so intimidation is just, we all know what it is, allowing somebody to do what they want to do, and because you feel the threat of violence, it's just a form of developing fear. They have shame, humiliation. Victims are left with usually the perpetrator saying something humiliating about them or bad things to them. So it interferes with the victim's ability to talk about it. So you know how they basically saying when they being abused and abusing, like, oh, you so stupid, or you this and you that. That person is not going to want to go tell somebody else, oh, he did this, and while he was doing it, he said I was stupid and I was this, because they kind of embarrassed because of the names that they were being called or whatever. So that would kind of keep them hesitant to want to report any abuse because they're feeling shame or humiliated. Emotional abuse. It's a belittling of a person's worth. You don't feel good about yourself, so you are less likely to leave. The more someone tells you you're stupid, you begin to believe. That was an issue I had with this person testifying, and my issue was when she was describing all of these different type of abuse, she was always referring to, she will be less likely to leave because he said this and he said that. Abusers are not always men, and the victims are not always women. It's vice versa. So to me, she was sitting on that stand being really biased. She should have been saying he or she, but she was more so, first of all, you haven't examined anybody related to this case, but yet you're sitting on the stand and your study saying, referring to the abuser as he. So we all gonna take that as you're talking about Rob. That would have been an objection that I would have said. You can't just keep saying he. How many cases have you studied where the victims were always women? That's not always true. It's men as well. How many cases where it's always been? So why is she just referring to the abusers in this as he? That kind of, and she went through each topic and she said the same thing. He won't let her leave. He does this. He does that. He. That's not the case. And I mean, I don't know if the defense didn't feel that it was really. I would have objected to that. She would have had to rephrase that, because you're not gonna keep referring. I had this man on trial right now, and you keep referring with all of this stuff as he and then she, and we thinking it as the she's is obviously all the girlfriends. That's what the picture that she was painting, in my opinion. But you can't paint that picture because you haven't talked to the abuser or the victims. So you really don't know. Sorry, I got sidetracked, y'all. Gaslight. That's a form of emotional abuse. It makes the person view of reality seem wrong. Collateral. It's when the offender will have something of shame, harmful, such as revenge porn. They use that to hold on to the person. It's so damaging to the victim that it makes them wonder how they could ever leave. So economic abuse is when the one person is making all the financial decisions. If you don't have financial resources, how can you leave if you don't have these things? So they fear about that. And then what do these behaviors accomplish? They maintain power and control over the partner. You can continue to exploit that person after you gain control, and then the longer you have, the longer you have control over that person, the least likely they are to get caught. Victims' age effect. Children and adolescents are very susceptible. Brain development still has not been developed. They need adults to make sure that they are taken care of. So it makes it easier for them to be exploited because they need this in order to survive. So basically, they rely on adults because up until the age of 25, your brain is not fully developed. So they're saying that they can't naturally go out here and take care of themselves. I don't know what she's talking about, but I have seen, we're in 2021. There's more 19, 20, 21-year-old millionaires than there is 50 and 60-year-old millionaires. So I don't know what she's talking about. I understand that's what they're saying, but that's not every 25 year. Everybody that's under the age of 25 does not mean that they cannot mentally get out here and take care of themselves. My children are all under the age of 25, but guess what? They live on their own. They live in they're not even in the same states as me. They get up every day, know how to go to work, make their own money, they pay their own bills. And again, none of them is 25. So I don't know what she's talking about. They need an adult. Yeah, every now and then they call me about certain things, but it's the same stuff that I wish my mother was still here for, so I could call her about. And I'm way over 25. So again, she's sitting here making an excuse for these girls when that's not cool at all. And I can't wait to see who the expert witness is going to be for the defense, because what she just said, matter of fact, you know what, you guys, Kenneth may grill her on this stuff. She's actually on the stand come Monday, because some of this stuff that she said was so biased and it should be stricken. Because that's crazy. What are this what's the numbers? Where the study at that shows us that if you're under the age of 25 that you really need an adult for your survival and such and such? Where is that at? Where is that written at? So why do they got these kids that's 18 to 24 in strip clubs stripping? And again, exactly, why do they have them up in there? But they're gonna say, well, stripping is a bad decision. So that's that's how people are gonna look at it, because that's how their society makes stripping look like it's it's a bad thing. So that's another bad decision that they're making because their brain isn't developed, I guess. And these women are not children. Exactly, Native One. So I'm gonna go back to here where they actually talked about I should have actually stopped and mentioned that. She talked about grooming. And the doctor said that grooming was a form of that normally comes from child offenders. So that's when they started bringing in the children stuff. All of this was related to children. So you're right, they're not children. I was listening to what was I listening to? I wish I'm gonna try. It was an interview that was done. You know what? I'm gonna wait until I finish because it actually related to this. Rob did an interview. When I was on the plane last night, y'all. I had downloaded one interview, and so because it was in them downloads and it was related to it, it just kept going. So in my sleep, I'm actually listening to the word, and I listened to him talk about how he had girlfriends. When he wrote One Man, he was explaining the reason that he wrote One Man. It was because of the stuff that the girls he was dating had been through, and it would transfer over into his relationships. And he was like saying, this kind of off topic, but he was saying that when he go to open the door for a girlfriend, she'd get offended and stuff, and he had to tell her, hold on, I'm a gentleman. Why are you so upset? And I say that because it's something about this age. I'm gonna go back to that video, or I'm gonna actually I don't think I can upload it on here. I'm gonna put it on my Facebook page. So a lot of everybody, my Facebook friends, I think I'm gonna put it on my Facebook page, and I want you guys to listen to it. And they talk about how about the trial. He talks about his past trial. He talks about how he is as a gentleman with girls and ladies. I shouldn't even say girls. When he's with the ladies, he talks about all of that, and it's an interview that's almost an hour long. I don't know the name of it. I think it happened back in. He talked about Sparkle, why she was on his couch, why she had to stay in the studio the way she did. I don't know if anybody else seen it. It's like an hour and a half long, but I'm going to upload it so you guys can watch it. And I promise it relates to a lot of the stuff that they're talking about. And it's almost like, even though he hasn't testified, it's almost like his testimony. That is crazy how much it relates to what's going on now. And let me see, that's why. So on the audio, he said, I trained you. I take that to say, and I said this to Sylvia and a couple of other people. He took these, he had a bunch of people that didn't understand when a man opened the door for you, that's a good gesture. That's him being a gentleman. When he's telling you to cross your legs or don't cross, when you cross your legs, don't point them at another man. He just basically breaking down old school stuff. He's an old school guy. He was raised, he's always said it, with his mom and his aunties. He's been around women. So he's picked up things. He knows how to treat a woman. So when he's trying to show them certain things, and they used to being called out their name, just disrespected and stuff. When you dealing with women that's used to that, when you start doing the opposite, they start looking at you sideways and they get offended by that. We see that every day. We see that with all you got to do is tune into these reality shows and look how these girls getting treated. Look at, I hate to say it, but look at Fabulous and Erica B. Look at that stuff. Like, her family was involved with that. But what happened? She went back. But when you get somebody that treats you different and treats you and shows you your worth, some women get intimidated by that. They don't know how to handle it. And so they do the opposite. Instead of embracing it, they get scared and they get stupid. That's for loss of better words. They making it seem right. All this stuff is being exaggerated. For instance, after the spankings, why nobody asks what happens after the spankings? Do y'all go to sleep? Do you call somebody? Do y'all have sex? 9 times out of 10, they didn't ask what happens after the spankings because they have sex. So that tells me it's a part of what they were doing. It wasn't a part of no abuse. You are so welcome. Thank you. I'll be back in New York Monday night. So I'm going to miss the defense cross-examining this witness that I'm talking about now and whoever else they call, but I will be there for court Tuesday morning. Tuesday, and I don't know the schedule. I don't know if she's doing Friday again, but I think it's going to be back to regular schedule Monday through Thursday. Okay, so then she talked about, what did I say? It's abusive acts often that turn into that when the abuse, then wait, hold on. Okay, so they were asking about when a person is abusive and then the next minute they're nice, they show kindness, and she was saying yes, that's the reason why they come back or they stay. is because they're trying to figure out how to get that good person back. Abuse where it takes place in front of others and they do nothing. She said, yes, that happens all the time. Others around do nothing. So she says a kid will start to think, well, maybe it's my fault. Ain't nobody else doing nothing. So what am I going to say? Maybe it's my fault. Can they abuse from afar? She said, yes. But she said, keep in mind, it's not an event. It's a pattern. It's a psychological thing where someone micromanages your whole life. If they go away or you go away, that doesn't stop because that's not always there. So when she was saying this, what I didn't understand is their star witness is Jane Doe, right? Okay, she's our witness of this. She was the one who was supposed to put him away. They expect to put him away forever. My thing is, when she was with Rob, she left. Okay, so she left him. What, January the 8th is when she became a federal informant. That was the same day. Whatever, in my opinion, from precedence, I think precedence set that whole stage. I think she went to that jail. Everybody says she went to that jail and she seen that Joy was on the list. I think she went to that jail and Sean was on the list. That's what pissed her off. But that's just my opinion. She seen Sean was on there and she couldn't be there. She got her hair and everything done because she figured she was going to go up there and she was going to see him for his birthday. But she couldn't get in. Sean probably had a visit that day. And that's what set her off. So in my opinion, if you have this doctor sitting here testifying that these people go through all this psychological stuff and this, and you know, it takes a minute for them to understand, how was she able to snap up out of that shit? Excuse my language. How was she able to snap up out of that in that same day? So one day she was for him, the next day she wasn't, and she went to telling everything. And in that same moment, she asked that nurse at the hospital, can you please get a federal agent on the phone? But if it's a process and, you know, they can still be abused from afar, why wasn't that the case with her? That means it would have took her longer than going to the jail and then coming back and then just all of a sudden want to turn on Rob and decide you want to be against him. That wouldn't have happened that quick, right? Do everybody get what I'm saying? Do y'all understand what I'm saying? She went to she came from, to my understanding, her birthday is December the 30th. So she left, she went to Vegas. This is when she was staying at Larry's home that he testified because she was in Vegas. And this is when Larry was saying that it took hours to try to talk to her and blah, 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 blah. But that her birthday, December the 30th, she stayed there for the 2 weeks. Her and her father had an argument. He left her there. On his birthday, the day before, she flew back to Chicago. So if you go to her IG, maybe it might still be there, I'm not sure. But she showed how she was in the apartment the night before by herself. The next morning, like Shabazz said, they were supposed to begin taping, but she was getting her hair done. I think that she actually went to try to see him, and she wasn't able to. I think Sean was on that list. And that's the reason why Shabazz said that she's asked for an extra 45 minutes, but then she ended up calling him because she said she was at the hairdresser. But when she ended up calling him back, she says she was at Trump. So she was back at Trump because she didn't get into the jail. And then she said that she was feeling threatened. Someone was downstairs and threatening her. I guess that was the person, Kimberly or whatever. So that's when everything took place. When Shabazz got there, she went upstairs, and the reason I feel it was Sean, because she made a statement she was talking about how stupid he can be, messing with, he didn't learn from his past mistakes, and to find out that he's still fucking Sean. Excuse my language, that's her language. That's what she said. He was stupid. So that's what pissed her off. I think that's what pissed her off right there. There's no way in heck I'm going to believe that she was mad about somebody that they was already sharing and she was okay with. It was another person that was involved. Yes, that person. So, and she said it. She said it on precedence. She said she was mad. And then he said, okay, and it was surprising to him because he said right before that, she was defending him. And then she flipped. We all seen the video with her walking. Oh, somebody gonna go to jail today. It's a good day for somebody to go to jail. We all seen that. I think that's when she was leaving the jail. And she was on her way back to Trump. And that's when she called Shabazz just to meet her at Trump so they could finish taping when she was supposed to have been at the Doubletree Hotel. So I don't know. That's just from what I'm gathering and everything that I'm seeing. That's what I think. I think she got mad about Sean. And he said, but why fight Joy? So if you think about it, I don't know if she really was intending to fight Joy. I know everybody said that she came there for that, but when that incident happened, Joy was telling her how disrespectful and everything that she was, that she had those men and everything up in the house. And they were okay for a minute. They were just having a little, she was actually speaking more bad about Rob than she was Joy. And Joy came to Rob's defense and she did actually hit Azriel first. That's how the fight started. If you go back and you really look at that. But I don't think the beef was really between Joy. I think it was because of Sean. That's my opinion. What y'all think? I don't have a super chat. I don't have mods. I don't have none of that stuff. This is my first live. So I'm sorry. I don't even know how to do that. Yeah, she said, you lied to me. Remember? She was on the phone. She said, no, you lied to me. You lied to me. What else could he possibly been lying about? She knew about Joy. She'd been with Joy for the last 5 years. I don't think Joy was the issue. I really don't. I think that it was because of such and such. She feeling like, okay, wait a minute, hold on. This is the same person, and she said it. This is the same person that you had went to court with and everything else back then, and you still after her. I feel like that hit her pride. She like, hold on, you holding on to this girl? That means she got something that I don't. You ain't tell us about her. She's a secret. He was probably still taking care of her and everything else. And she went to that, she found that out, and that's what set her off. Like, come on, ladies, what's gonna piss you off more? You know your man is cheating and stuff, but then you find out, let's say you find out he got a baby or something. You know, that's what's gonna piss you off more. It's not the ones you know about, it's the ones you don't know about. She didn't become an informant until afterwards. She had already left the jail. When she left the jail, she called Shabazz. And when she called Shabazz, she told him to come to Trump instead of meeting at the Doubletree because she wasn't going to take him. She was not going to take Shabazz into Trump Towers. Remember, Joy said, that's disrespectful. You know he don't like men in your house. He don't like men in the house. She wasn't going to take them initially there. They were supposed to meet at the Doubletree. When they met at the Doubletree, she was going to do her interview, whatever, that she wasn't going to bring him into his house. But when she went to that jail and seen that she couldn't get in for that visit, wasn't for Joy, for Sean, that's when she said, I don't care. He can come on in this house. I don't care. I don't care about him no more. That's when she snapped. And then when the fight happened, she went to the hospital because Joy hit her with the phone. So she said she wanted to get that little knot checked out. Once she made it into Northwestern, she got into the hospital. She asked the nurse, can you put me in contact with the federal agent? And the nurse told her no, but you could probably talk to the CPD for that, Chicago Police, about that. So that's how that happened. That's when she got on the phone with the federal agent and she started talking about the storages that she knew nothing about, that she had never been to, but she can describe it to the T. That's when she started telling about all of that. That's when Rob called her on the phone and she said, "You lied to me." Nope, you lied to me. She did take advantage. She took advantage to where she has admitted that he sent her letters telling her that you're not ready. You can't be nobody's wife. You still do too much petty stuff. You haven't grown mentally to be ready to be somebody's wife and be somebody's mother. I'm not doing that. They've said that he said that the same way he said that he's not having no kids with none of them unless he's ready to settle down with just one woman. He didn't want to bring a child into a situation where he had multiple girlfriends. And I think she was sitting there around there. What's her name? Anna testified to that. She was doing little stuff, manipulating the situation just so that she could knock off all these other girlfriends and be the only one. That's why I honestly feel like when it came to Sean, she felt, oh, that was some competition for her that she did not want to have. She didn't want to mess with that. So she was like, oh, no, hold on. And you still messing with her? Hold up. And that's when she was like, forget it. I'm done. I am talking about RL. She's saying, I can hear her saying, I know how to fight, mamas. I know how to fight. To my understanding, Sean was Dria's goddaughter. Plus, she thought she thought she had what she say in court. I ain't help it if he kept me on a pedestal. She thought she had him wrapped around her finger. Yep. So that's just my. I don't know how I don't got all sidetracked, y'all. I apologize. Okay, hold on one second. Let me just put this because everybody on Facebook say that I'm breaking up. But that's just my I'm having brain farts today, y'all. I'm sorry. I'm tired. But that's just the way I see it. That's if I had to break down why Azriel switched up, I think that would be the reason why, because I think she realized at some point she wasn't gonna be the wife. And I just feel like she felt like she had some competition. And she didn't. She spent 5 years knocking off all the other girls. She got rid of Dominique. She got rid of V. She got rid of Anna. She got rid of everybody. All she had was Joy. And she probably felt Joy wasn't really no competition for her. And she went to the jail and she seen that she couldn't get in. It wasn't because of Joy, because we all know he had switched that was beyond his control. It's a federal rule that you have to switch your visitation list every 3 months. So she knew that was going to happen. She knew she was the first 3 months. Joy would be the next. But I don't think it was Joy. I think it was Sean that came to see him on his birthday. And remember, Tasha K did say that Sean was still putting money on his books. So, and now we know that she wasn't lying because she was getting all the information directly from the source. So, I don't know. He sounded heartbroken when she was telling him he lied. Well, I mean, come on now. How many women had dated a man in jail? They sound heartbroken every time you talk to them. He's probably more so like, damn. The situation is out of his grasp, because when men, when they out and about and they women find out about each other, they can go back and try to, fix the situation or whatever. They can do that. But when you locked up and you on somebody else's time, you only got so many minutes and you can only make so many calls. There's only so much you can do to rectify that situation. So he probably just, this is out of my hands. Like, it's gonna get crazy now. And he made the mistake, but he allowed Jane to have access to every single thing. Like, that's why she thought she was in there so good, because she can go to the bank. She knew where everything was at. She knew about the storages and stuff. And then also, y'all pay attention. Pay attention, because if you go back and you watch Precedence, I'm telling you, I had time on my hands on that plane. she said to the federal agents, I'm trying to see if I can get a ride to the storage before he send his people there to get stuff out. And then the federal agent says, oh, don't worry about that. We already have some federal agents en route. So she told on herself right then, you telling on yourself, you basically said you have access to that storage, because why would you be heading there? What did you need at that storage? How was you going to get in if you didn't have access to that storage? So that means you had access that whole time he was gone. So that means some of that stuff, like Kenneth was saying last week, or not last today, I don't even know. He was saying Thursday, when he questioned that special agent, she was still around. So some of this stuff could have been planted, could have been put in there by her. How else would she have known what every single thing was in that house? I mean, in that warehouse. This is a warehouse, y'all. This ain't just a regular storage. She described that thing to the T. Like, talked about bags, talked about what's in bags, she talked about how he had boxes of about 20 iPads in one box, and he would take some out and then go back and switch. How do you know all of this? How do you know that he was keeping hard drives and stuff in shoe boxes and things like that? How do you know this stuff? You had to have been there more than once. I think she said once or twice. Most of the time she said that they would go to the mall. Hey, suburban girl. Too many in the storage that didn't belong. I mean, if you so from what I know, they didn't really find nothing in the storage that was that damning. They found stuff that was linked to a JP that showed that she was lying about her age. So we know that. We seen the proof. This heifer went to the extent of not only getting a fake ID. This is something that Aaliyah didn't even get. She didn't have a fake state identification card. This girl actually did. And then on top of that, she had a fake CNA license. What was you doing with the CNA license? I wonder, was she really trying to practice CNA or something on these people? And here she was lying. That's an investigation in itself. So, and then they found the cell phone. It was her phone. What else? They said hard drives. They said a computer. They have not said anything about finding anything of any underage people in that storage. I will say that. They found all the letters that they had to write. Some of those letters, and if anybody need me to go back on any of them letters, you can tell that these are letters that they had wrote because they were asking him. How would he tell them to write a letter asking me if you can have a phone? Make that make sense. I'm pretty sure that letter was from Dominique. She asked if she got her phone taken for, remember him and her had a falling out because she was asking questions about his kids. So I don't know what led to him taking her phone, but she was basically asking if she can get a phone because she said it's just easier for her to communicate with him. And then she just said they were going to LA for a while. So can she go see her mother and father? Why would he tell her to write that? But those were all the letters that was found in the storage. Why would he keep that? And then they all in protective cover. I think that was just some more stuff that was planted up in there. Yeah, that's another question. All the money that they were getting, do they pay taxes on that monthly? Because they were technically hired. I think their job was to, they wasn't just assistants, but I think they were also setting up his shows, organizing his shows and things like that. I told the storage was ransacked in the worst way and most everything was gone. I believe it. I believe it. They ransacked that storage. I have a question, Dottie. Okay. Trash the whole case. Yep. Yeah, of course. If she had access to it, of course they've been in there. And to be honest with you, she was probably in there more so being nosy and just trying to. Where can you watch this? I had downloaded, because you're not gonna see the whole thing. I think he took that down, but you can download it, all the parts on YouTube. Yeah, he trusted her. He absolutely did trust her. He ignored all the red flags. So I think there was a lot of red flags. You probably get more information from people that have been around her. You probably, get more information about what she was like. But from my understanding, there was a lot of red flags that he ignored. And some men do that. He was like, these women get these men and they try to fix them. They go get the worst type of men, and then they think that they can change them and they can make them better. I think it was the opposite. That was Rob. He go get the worst type of women and then think that he can change them. And that's where he made his mistake. And I'm going to stand on that. Why only these individuals wrote letters? Why is there no letters from Joy? They did not present anything like that. You are so right. There was no letters that they presented that came from Joy. Shabazz YouTube channel is ASIS Entertainment. They had one tape. They did one audio, and that was him yelling. It was an hour and a half long, but they only decided that they wanted to play 25 minutes of the audio, and that was just when his Rolex was stolen. To my understanding, hopefully the defense will play the remaining parts of that audio, and then it was 4 iPads that were recovered, but there was only one that they entered into exhibit, and that's iPad A, and I think it contained 3 or 4 videos. So if I'm not mistaken, I think they watched 3 or 4 videos, but again, they did not show the entire video. They only show excerpts from it. So they got 25 seconds here, they got 25 seconds here. Whatever the prosecution thought was going to be the most damaging, that's what they showed there. Says to me, Joy is the smart one out of all of that, and she was the only one whose heart was pure. Everybody else was in it for a reason. They had expectations from being in this relationship. Some of these women stated that they didn't even like R. Kelly or knew who they was, but yet they ended up in 5-year relationships with this man. How does that happen? If he began doing half the stuff that they say that he's doing in the very beginning. If I'm with somebody that I'm not even interested in, or I barely even know who he is, you think I'm gonna stay and deal with all of this? I understand to each his own, everybody reacts in different ways, but most of the time when you young like that, you out. You gonna be up. You're not gonna sit there and allow that. You come on now. You would be quicker to walk away. You young with no children, no ties to this person, than you would once you've put in so much time, and then you develop feelings, and that's when you're going to be least likely to leave a situation like that. But these people are testifying that it happened. What Faith say? The next day he was telling her to call him daddy, but she said she had no interest whatsoever in this man. So what you do it for? So now we see Dottie Judge did say that the content on the video was relevant based on the accusations. So it's based on testimony. They testified that they were in 3-way relationship. They had threesomes, and this is the type of sex that they had. Remember, the prosecution got into detail about what they did to each other and where was Rob. So basically, the videos was just to say, okay, that sex that they testified to did happen. Nobody said that it didn't happen. So you basically showed the tape to mean what? It definitely wasn't to show that a crime was committed. It was just to support the prosecution witness testimony that they did have sex with him and he did record or he did do this. But again, where's the hundreds and hundreds of iPads that they said contained all this at? The jury should still be sitting in that courtroom watching videos from what they said that they had. I'm sorry, I'm neglecting my Facebook people. Hold on, y'all. They was in it for the perks and the money. Yeah, I just got one. So is everything? Yes. I'm not gonna take any of these videos down. So if anybody just getting on, they can go back and look at it. I stopped. I was talking about the all of them trying to secure the bag. Joy. Wait, who is Sean again? Sean is RL. I do recommend y'all going back and watching precedents. When you watch it, so what I do is when I watch certain things, I don't look at it. I just listen to it. And some of the things that I heard her say that I haven't heard anyone else discuss, you probably catch that too. For instance, she literally said that that's why she was mad, because of Sean. I know I heard it. I heard her say it before, but yesterday I actually heard her say he's still effing her. Where is the sex tape with the minor that the black couple from Pennsylvania found that Gloria Allred forwarded? I don't know. Where is the sex tape? They didn't talk about that. There was a VHS, but they didn't. I don't know what parts, which was on the VHS. Did they ever find the poop video? So that's what I was gonna go into. So basically, this doctor, she just testified to she was testifying to the different type of abuse and what to expect the victims to act like. She basically was just testifying that everything that we're seeing with the victims, like I said, with them not leaving, staying, coming back and stuff, that was normal for abuse victims. She was, again, a witness for the prosecution, so it's expected. She was biased because, like I say, she kept using in reference to the victim, it was always she, and the offender or the perpetrator, the abuser, was always he. And when we live in 2021, we know that is not always the case. It's more women doing most stuff to men these days than it is the other way around, because, you know, again, we're our voice, we've been given a voice now. This is a form of abuse. Were you still in the courtroom? If you ask me if we were still in the courtroom when the videos and audio was being played, yes. However, they muted it, so we couldn't hear or see anything. I thought you said Sean was the goddaughter. Sean is the goddaughter of Drea. That's how she came around. She started out babysitting for them, remember? She used to babysit the kids. Thank you, Misguided. I appreciate you. Who is RL? Please, I'm drawing. RL is related to the Illinois Fed case. Please share this video. Okay. I never heard anything else about that man finding a random sex tape. Oh no, I thought he found numerous tapes, but I guess they're not gonna try to stress on that too much, because those tapes that he found was in the hands of so many different people, and here you have Avenatti being in charge of that, and he look at the charges he's been convicted on. Now you also have to look at it as, then he was an attorney, now he's a convicted felon. So the way they handle evidence that they receive from him is a total different process, and it's probably a process that they're saying we don't even want to deal with, so we're gonna leave that alone, because they could probably come at that so many different ways, and all of that's stricken. So they probably just said forget it. I mean, I don't know, but I know because of everything that happened with him. It affects the case differently. Let me see. So yeah, she finished testifying about that. She talked about the power that extends beyond the world, the power that celebs have when they control when they control their victims and things. What effect does? And then the last question they asked her, like, what effect does the person have publicly? What does the public perception have on these victims? When you see someone else reporting abuse, okay, so she was basically saying, you know how everybody's saying, well, why she didn't say it back then or whatever. The doctor is saying people normally don't come forward until they actually see someone else that's experiencing some type of abuse. Or they came first. They came forward first. So then they be like, oh, okay, well, she spoke about it, so I want to speak about it. He spoke about it, so I want to speak about it. So that's why that happens like that. They decided that the defense will cross-examine on Monday. We left, it ended at about 4:47. That was the government's last witness. So the government rested, but the defense still has to question the last government witness, which is the doctor. The media had made requests. I don't know if y'all seen that all over Twitter and stuff, that they wanted the transcripts for the videos. They wanted the transcripts for the audio. It's a public case, so everything that's being said in there should be public. So the judge agrees. After they redact the names, the video and the audio will be made public. So you guys will be, I'm sure Sylvia may get the transcripts for that. From my understanding, most of the videos are silent. So you might hear, I know music playing in the background because they started one of them, so it's music playing. But from my understanding, it's mostly silent. Just like the World Cup. Oh yeah, the same ones, the ones that was in Philadelphia, and yeah, and I think those were turned over to Avenatti. Were you guys aware that Avenatti was also the Claire's attorneys in the beginning? Thank you, Sir Miguel. I appreciate you. Miss AP, time frame. I mean, what do you mean? So when they're saying, I don't know where it went. When they're saying the duration. When are they saying the duration of Robert and Sean's relationship began intimately? They're not saying, because this is not a case that's about Sean. So they're not speaking on that. I was just personally saying that that's what Azriel said in precedence, that they were still effing. So that's why she was so pissed. She said, you think a person will learn the first time, but no, he ain't learned his lesson. He just made a fool out of you, America. He made a fool out of everybody, is what she kept saying. I think so. She was putting money on his book, like Tasha K had said that she was putting money on his books, and we know that Tasha K, with everything that's going on now, we know that she was getting her information directly from someone who had access to it. So I'm saying that to say it's safe to believe that when she said Sean was putting money on the books, she was. And I think with Azriel being upset, it kind of all just coincides with each other. And then there you go. Am I wrong for saying that when RSK was looking for his money, all this BS came about? Nope. Because what better way to keep a man fighting for, instead of him fighting for his money, he fighting for his life. So yeah, they probably did. They probably did, and then they probably went and like as Jane testified, the parents got together, they studied the whole story. They probably was contacted from other people, and they all, to me, I picture everybody sitting at a big table, and they basically filling in. Okay, you was with him then, so you say this. You was with him then, you say this. You say it was just all a big conspiracy that everybody played a part in. Okay, so if you do this and you turn on him, you're gonna get this much from it, and you'll take this out the storage, and you can have this. It was just, yeah. But I feel like, yeah, it all started then when he was looking for his money. I think that was a part of in it. And then I think people that he had around him just jumped on board with it. I don't think the people that jumped on board, I do not think that they thought Rob was actually going to go to jail and actually going to do 2.5 years. I don't think they thought it was going to go this far. When Avenatti got indicted, that's when Lynetta Carter came forward, because his indictment likely... Lynetta Carter came forward when Kim Fox did that solicitation of all the victims, and she did a whole hotline. That's when all the people started coming out the woodwork. Let me see. Okay. Now, so let me see, what else did they go over? So the transcripts is going to be made public. Rob's medical records will be made public. As far as his medical records pertaining to this case, that's going to be made public. The judge said the doctor already testified to almost everything anyway, so it's already out there. So why not? What's the point of objecting to making the medical records sealed when it's already out there? So she just basically told them just to make sure they just redact the names. No matter. Hold on. There was another matter, but the parties, they consulted with each other about it. So let me see. Koenig has objected. So what Koenig was saying, he wasn't objecting to all the video or the transcripts, but there was a certain particular one, I believe, that he was objecting to, and he was saying it was because it was inaccurate. So at that time, the judge was saying, well, if something in those videos or that video was inaccurate, I would have expected you to let me know that before the start of the trial, before actually the transcripts actually went to the jury, if you knew they was going to be inaccurate. And then he proceeded to tell her, well, we didn't receive it before trial, so we couldn't do that. And then she said, again, it should have been done before it was given to the jury if there was inaccuracies. She said, had that been played in an open court, media and the public would have heard what was being played. And you're saying that there's inaccuracy, so that's reasons why she wished she would have had it. That should have been addressed beforehand. She's saying, as of right now, there's nothing on record about the tapes. And because, like I said, basically it's an open court, that everyone should have access to it. And that also goes to say also, there's no transcripts being kept from anyone. So I'm just going to say that because she said it in court. It's an open courtroom. If you can come in there and sit and listen to it, then you can get the transcripts, or you can do whatever. You have access to everything. So nothing is being withheld at this point. She's told them if she think that there's any inaccuracies, they can discuss that with the government. These arguments should have been made before the jurors got the transcripts, but she's allowing him to submit. But she's like, but if you want, you can submit something over the weekend objecting to it. 9 times out of 10, she's going to deny it. She said she'll look at it on Monday, and she'll get back to them on Monday with a decision as long as they submit something. So if you guys see some new filings and what is it called, PACER or something, that's what it's pertaining to. They want to stop, even though I know she's going to say she's going to deny it because she said it should have been done before the start of the trial, or at least before the jury got the transcripts. But according to Kanik, they didn't even have it, so they couldn't do that. Certain things, I guess, I'm not going to get into that because I don't know. So court asked about them releasing Rob's medical records. And she said she thought that was already done. The government said no. She said, well, it should come in because it's already out there. And she's surprised that it didn't happen already. Scholar says that he was going to be he would include that with the info about the transcripts, and she would have all of that, his letter by tomorrow, which is today. And she just said, well, yeah, do that, because give it to the government because it's basically already out there. So, and then that was it. And court's on Monday. So is there any questions? Yes, thank you, Ivan. I really is the girl from the first, from the 2008 trial. Withholding. And remember, that was an issue from the very beginning, that they wasn't getting all the discovery. So now they're on the other end asking the judge for the defense to give them their discovery because the defense didn't do so. So I guess the defense is like, hey, I play ball too. You want to withhold? We can withhold to the judge, order us to turn over our discovery too. But they said that they will have it done before 12 o'clock today. They also will be submitting witness lists today. So the government will know who they plan to call. What about our RL? Did something come out about? No, nothing came out. I brought her up, y'all, because I was talking about Azriel, and I was just trying to give my opinion on when she went left. And according to precedence, I'm so happy he kind of did that, because he showed us stuff that we still will have questions to right now. I'm glad he was doing that interview. But after watching it, because I watched it again on the plane yesterday, I just thought I'd share that with y'all. I know I got sidetracked. I apologize. Daddy, you should allegedly. People will know what they're saying about Shine. What part about Shine? The allegedly that she's on the books? Right, withholding evidence. Yeah, but you're right, lady. Lady Earth, you're right. Daddy, did you hear? Wanted him back. Do you think did she want him back? Yeah, I heard them saying that, but I don't know if that's true. I don't know if I believe that. She did too much. So she wrote him, remember, she testified in court that she wrote him that letter, that she loves him or whatever, but she had to do what she had to do for herself. And she said she would support him in private, but not in public. And then she said, it's just politics, baby. That was the letter that she wrote to him. She left with, he said, the hand-me-down purse and a stolen dog. No, I'm sure she got some jewelry out of there. I'm sure there was some money, because she said he kept his money in pockets that was in his storage. So I'm sure she went there and she visited and got all of that. Remember, she cut up his coat on her YouTube video. So she took more than that. Well, if they show Kelly's medical records, then they should show. That's true, but they're not the ones on trial. He is, so that's why they're going to show his and not theirs. The judge actually had already, at the hearings that happened in July, she had already said that she will not admit any testimony about their mental health, like if they were getting therapy before they met Rob or after they met Rob. She's not making any of that admissible, and none of their medical records like that. So that's why I know when it was Nicole's turn, and she was cross-examining that doctor. When she was talking about somebody's medical record, she didn't give any names, but we knew by the birthday who she was talking about. Let me see. No jealous needed. She has her own man and baby. Seen video of the baby shower. Yeah, I mean, but you got to think about it. This she does have her own man, and now she has a baby and everything. But that don't mean that she didn't feel that his feelings were still stronger for her than it was for her. So you know how women is. I've been go let my dog out. Oh wait. Oh, I've been. I don't know. I doubt it. I think everybody's speculating she gonna testify. She not gonna testify. That's the same thing they thought with Dominique. And look, she didn't testify. So I think it's the same way with her. I don't think she's gonna testify. Now her parents, I don't know. Well, her mom, because her dad is deceased now. Rest in peace. Let's see. I don't think the defense should call anyone to the stand like the lawyer Sylvia had on yesterday said. Let them prove his guilt, and we definitely have reasonable doubt. Yeah, definitely. I feel the same way. However, I think it won't hurt if they call some witnesses to be character witnesses. I don't think it will hurt if because half of the people that they will testify, like Dominique, like Juice, they all throughout the whole prosecution's whole what's the word I'm looking for? So the whole time the prosecution was up, that's all they talked about. Juice, Dominique, Juice, Dominique. Yet, where is Juice and Dominique? They never testified. They showed pictures of all these other people, but they never testified. Where are they? I'm about to get interrupted because she coming. Sorry. They said, all right. Say hi. Say hi. I'm getting interrupted, y'all. Sorry. Go. Okay, say hi. Say hi. Okay, say hi. Been neglecting my dogs being in New York. It will come to implicate many who are not checking for it and will call Chicago prosecution serious. Yep, I agree. That's BS. The judge and the prosecution should want to prove they didn't already have herpes before they met him. Show the well, that's not the judge's job. It's not definitely the prosecution don't want to do that. So that's going to be on the defense. And I think the defense already created a lot of reasonable doubt. So as to when they got the herpes, they did mention stuff like with Faith. She had it before she met Rob because a mechanic presented a document that she told a detective when she had got it. How was R. Kelly looking and interacting with his counsel? Oh, he interacts with them a lot. He really talks to Nicole the most. She sits, okay, so this is him. Tom sits to the left of him. Nicole sits to the right. And then you have Kanik and you have Scholar on the side. So he talks a lot to Nicole while the witnesses are testifying and stuff. So but he looking good, y'all. Does anyone know where we can get Shabazz's precedents? YouTube. You can Google, you can put her name in there and it'll pop up, or you can Google, put in precedents. I said Google. Go on YouTube and put in precedents. And also, I think that they should possibly call back to the question what the lawyer said on Sylvia's live yesterday. maybe just character witnesses, and then maybe maybe other girlfriends that's been in relationships with him that can speak more positively on him, and that was around the same time the ones that was witnesses for the girlfriends. I mean, for the prosecution. So maybe call. I said on Sylvia's live the other day, Summer, Joy. Well, Summer for sure. Let me see. Do you know if Kanik is licensed in Chicago? I doubt it. Highly doubt it. But I don't know. I don't know. According to, if you go off of Tasha K, she did. She was visiting, or she was definitely putting money on the books. I've asked this a few times. Okay, I'm sorry. I asked a few times, but she didn't see it, Dottie. During the trial, I feel like they were trying to make it seem like Kale's or an employee changed. No, I don't think they made it seem like that. It was one of them things, like it was like almost like a formality. Like they just presented some stuff, and it was almost like, why? I guess because because that was found in there. So the special agent had to testify what was saved up in there. I don't understand how they will be able to. They didn't. So I guess what I'm saying, after they showed what was found in that storage and in that safe, they just basically talked about what was found, and then they left it at that. They didn't say, if somebody else could have put it in there. I didn't get that impression that that's what they was trying to say. I took it the other way. I just said, oh, they just proved that she was lying about her age. That's how I looked at that. I didn't. How would they even get that information? How would they even be able to get her the pictures if R. Kelly did that, or if one of his employees did it? Where were they getting their pictures from? She was actually on the CNA ID. She was in scrubs. So how would they have done that? My question is, why have JP's cell phone or ID in his storage? That sounds like a plant to me. Yeah, unless it was a phone that they gave her and took back. And let me make sure. You say that means all those companies played a part in distributed and housing child porn. But they're I'm sorry, which child porn? Because from my understanding, from the iPads that they said that they collected from his house and from his storage, there was no mention of child porn on there. Some of the videos they said was made from 2017, and it was of all overage females. So Miss AP, don't go try to get it on the app. Just go on YouTube. Let me see. Okay, I'm gonna show y'all. I'm gonna end this. I'm gonna end Facebook. So anybody that's still watching on Facebook, come on over to the YouTube, because I want to be able to show you guys something. Hold on. I'm gonna show y'all what I have. So if you go to, I really just want to show y'all that one part so y'all can just hear it. No, don't say nothing to me. Don't say nothing to me. Nothing to say to me. Joy is in jail for assault. So I feel so sorry for the both of you. Don't say anything other to me. I feel bad for you. I know, yes, you do. You do. You knew I was coming up here to get Joy, and you lied to her. I'm sorry for you. I'm sorry for you. Okay, I don't even know if I should supposed to be playing this stuff. How does anybody know how this works? I'm gonna have to get this channel right before I start doing all of this extra stuff. Okay, Fresh TV, I see what you're saying. If she comes back and say that was her on the first tape, absolutely, everybody was in possession of this child pornography and was passing it around. That's the same way with that's the same thing with the Avenatti right now, with the tapes that he said he collected in Philadelphia. It didn't go to the police first. Nobody going straight to the police. Where did he take it? Straight to CNN, right? So, yeah, I definitely get it. I see they didn't call Diane to collaborate. No, they're not gonna call no one that they know that's not gonna collaborate. What was her name? What name did they use for her? But we all know they didn't. So if anything, she'll be a witness for the defense, I feel, not the prosecution, if they were to call her. Mispaid for all the cell phones and iPads. That's why the feds raided his storage. Yeah, we don't know who that was. In my opinion, do you think the jurors are, in your opinion, do you think the jurors are getting a good presentation by the defense team? I do. I honestly feel like that. Sometimes I try to place myself in a situation where if I was not a fan of Rob's, or if I didn't know everything that I know and hadn't been following it as long as I have, what would I get out of it? And so I think so. I don't understand how almost every single witness can get on that stand and say one thing to federal agents, and then they actually come into court being questioned by the prosecution and actually tell the prosecution something other than what they say. And my thing is, they said that the government was meeting with these witnesses over 30 times, yet they still could not get their story straight. So that right there is a red flag for me. Why you have to meet with them sometimes? The truth don't need to be discussed that many times. If you telling the truth, once somebody bring it back into your memory, okay, that is what happened. You already know. You can just go from there. You don't need to keep going over 30, 40 times. But they testified that they had to, and they still got on that stand and said something different than what they was supposed to say or what they was directed to say. Okay, I do need some mods, so we got to work this out, y'all. This is a test live. We're going to just say that. So I do. Who is the person that needs to be blocked? Or that needs to... Let me just show y'all. Does anybody know? Can I play this? Okay, so okay, I can play it. Hold on. I want to find that extra part I was talking about when she was talking about...
In what was Azrael's last recorded
when she was talking about Joy. I'm finna find it.
And that was just enough for me to really out. And then you're probably still gonna leave. He's probably still gonna give it that person. And then he's probably gonna beat you or spank you or chastise you however he can to show you never to embarrass him like that again. And that's what he's done before.
So he would just he beat her.
What?
He would just beat her.
Basically, if you did something wrong, if you came out of this, be back home. Like, if you look at another man or if you know, handle like when we have conflicts a different way.
Okay, so hold on. I'm going to go back here. She said at some point when she became 19, 20 years old, she told him the way he was handling their disagreements, she wasn't going no more. So he going to have to find another way for them to agree to disagree on whatever that was. But she wasn't finna tolerate what she was tolerating in the beginning. Is what she says on here. But according to her testimony in court, she was the victim all the way up to the day that she left. I'm not gonna block them. I don't even have time to sit here and try to look for it. Whoever's saying what, I don't even see it. Y'all can let me know later and I'll go back. Let me see. I just want to find that particular part. Okay, that's the fight. Okay, so let me go to the video before. I'm sorry, y'all. Bear with me. I apologize.
Insurmountable mountain of thought-provoking evidence.
So it's, you can Google Precedence R. Kelly documentary 2020 for everybody that's looking for it.
Man,
I start going up and more and first different
Hold on.
because it was a
her music was, oh my God, it smelled like fish grease.
can make you break out. Or it really doesn't matter. Do you believe
Dang, y'all. Somebody got questions while I'm looking for this?
Yes. He has a video of me. He made me do this video actually of me doing a number 2 in the cup and then eating it out of the cup. It's done. It's over. It's over. You may not even make it to trial. I'm so sorry.
Why was she so sure that he would not make it to trial? Why? What did she do? What did she do to him, or what was done that she knew that he wouldn't make it to trial?
I'm sorry. I really did love you, and you lied to me, and you used me, and you played me.
You lied to me, you used me, and you played me. Most women use that stuff. They say that stuff when they find out they got cheating on them, right? So if I could ever find this part with, I think I found it.
It was about
The last 2 years. That's where I drew my line, because at that point, it's been over a year. Rumors going around. I need you to.
I'm gonna go back to
Which point? The only young, but I go through this with, and that's with, you being in love with whoever it is.
Okay.
Not just me and Rob personally, but that could be any other person's relationship. So you're almost put in a position where it's
okay,
like,
here we go, y'all.
you can't really stop it.
dictionary. Ethical. Relating to moral principles or the branch of knowledge dealing with these.
2008 child that was almost like
Okay, here.
To moral principles or the branch of knowledge
Y'all hear
dealing
it?
with these. Understand that the definition of ethical is accurate, but also understand that the definition can become personalized to fit the mentality of those who use it. Azriel at one time used it, but there was something to make her change.
Truthfully, do I feel sad for him? Yes, I do. Do I feel sorry for him? No, I don't. And that's just the truth. He's been doing this since 1990, over and over and over again. And he went his 2008 child that was almost like a slap in the face. For him to continue to still be fucking Sean, while the child was running on.
Did y'all hear that? To still be effing Sean. Hold on.
Had her living in a garage, continued to be with her all those years. Now, America doesn't know that. I know that. Now America knows that based off the documentary. But I'm just saying, it's a slap in the face to continue to do something that you've already been, accused of. And I feel like it's a slap in the face to America. Like, if I've already been accused of something, there is no way in hell that I'm ever going to put myself in the position for you to have R. Kelly and Little or Girl or McDonald's in the same sentence, period. I'm sorry. And the fact that he just played with his life like that and took that big of a gamble and was just felt that inevitable to the point where he felt like he was untouchable, then I feel like whatever happens to him, he definitely do deserve it, because he had more than enough time. He had 30 years to change his ways, and he did not.
So do y'all understand what I'm talking about now? A woman scorned. She found out, this is the exact same day she went and got her hair done. This is January the 8th of 2020. This is the day that she came into Chicago from Las Vegas to see him the night before for his birthday. She went to that jail, and somehow, some kind of way, and it might have been because remember, Tasha K was still talking to her parents at that time. They may have showed her that RL was up at that jail, or they were still in contact. But those are her own words right there. You've been doing this for over 30 years. She's talking about her. She says, America doesn't know it, but I know it, and now America does know it. How you gonna continue to mess with somebody that you was accused of messing with back in 2008? That's why she was mad. I don't think it had anything, because we don't really know unless you ask her and she actually says it, or unless Rob actually said it. But from what I gathered here, it was about, and I always say my opinion, it was, like you said, she was alleged that RL was going up there, but that is the reason why she was upset. She found out that they was probably still whatever. I don't know, but y'all heard it for yourself. And it didn't take her no time to flip. So that's why I stopped even reading that doctor's testimony about all this stuff that these girls go through. That's bullcrap. Because if that was the case, you've been dealing with a man where you ain't never been the only one for 5 years, and all of a sudden you get so mad that you could flip that same day. All that stuff that doctor was testifying to is just out the window for me. That makes no sense. Yeah, it happens in certain situations. That does happen to certain people, but not in this particular situation. That's not what this is an example of. There's a video of the Funk Fest on Orlando at YouTube. Check it out. He wasn't checking for, Love Mr. R. Kelly. They proved that he was definitely not, because she made it seem as though in court she was the only one that got the black panties and that got this. No, there was multiple people that got the wristbands. There was multiple people that got the panties. He was throwing them in a crowd. So she was not the only one. Yeah, she thought she'd be the last woman standing, and that didn't happen, and it pissed her off. So let me see. Does anybody need to hear any other parts to this video? So if y'all want to hear it for yourself, it's titled on YouTube, Precedent as AC versus Joycelyn Savage at R. Kelly's condo for fight plus more. She feels that she was lied to because RL was not supposed to be a part of they pack. She was not living with them. She wasn't supposed to be a part of that. To her knowledge, she didn't got rid of everybody else. She didn't ran everybody else off. So the only person that was left to get rid of was Joy. So, but now she come to find out, oh, Joy still ain't the only one. It's still somebody else, and it's somebody he was messing with before all of y'all, allegedly. So she feeling some type of way. I hate that they bring those doctors on to try to make them appear as victims, but that doctor never spoke with any of his accusers, so they can't apply that diagnosis to them. So anytime the doctors come on, I feel like they just giving textbook testimony. So you can't really speak on, well, you can speak on certain examples or experience that you had, that they may have had with other people, but every case is different. Everybody is different. Everybody's situation is different. There's no way no one doctor can sit on that stand and testify to something that they went through. She's never been in that type of situation. You're going to have to examine it in its entirety from start to finish to be able to sit up here and say what condition these girls were in. They was that bad off. Tell me which one of them has sought some help since they left him. It's been 2.5 years. How much counseling have they had since they left them? How much counseling? Even Drea, she want to be a advocate for domestic, but who did you go to seek help before you labeled yourself as an advocate? Who? Let me see your records. Let me talk to the doctor that talked to you to where now you can advocate and you can sit up here and counsel somebody else. These women shouldn't be mad at Rob. They should be mad at themselves because y'all had opportunities that another celebrity would have never put them in. He literally, he stayed in the hood, so he gave opportunities for people to, like I said, that probably would never got this opportunity from another celebrity. Instead of using that to their advantage, sitting back and learning something from this man and doing something that could have benefited them in the long run, they just sat there and depended, just thought that they whatever would be golden and that they will always have that free ride. But when those situations ended, they got upset because I'd be mad if I went from R. Kelly to just a regular person. I'm a regular hood nigga, whatever situation was. So they should be mad at themselves because I'm going to learn something from that situation. Like I spoke before, I'm finna open up some camps. I'm finna open up some schools and I'm finna tell people, listen, I was with R. Kelly for 20 years and I learned this, that, and the other, and I'm going to teach you and I'm going to keep it going. However it got to work its way out, that's what I'm going to do. I feel the same way, loving Mr. Kelly. She had the power to do everything, and she did. He was a meal ticket for very many. Let me see if there's something else on here I can play.
Why do you think
Because no girl has ever, in the moment of it happening, said no, or I don't want to, or this is not right.
Okay, well, here right there. She just said no girl in the moment has ever said no, or this is not what I want. She just said that. Let's go back.
Why do you think
Because no girl has ever, in the moment of it happening, said no, or I don't want to, or this is not right. Because this is what he'll do. He'll say, oh, I have a girl I want you to meet. You'll be like, oh.
Okay, this is what he'll do. He say, I have a girl I want you to meet. So if my man come in here right now and say, I got a girl I want you to meet, what you want me to meet a girl for? I don't want to meet no girl. Before you even go any further, we finna get this understood right now. I don't do that. Well, first of all, it's going to be understood before you my man that I'm not doing that. So there ain't going to never be a question. So when he says, I got a girl I want you to meet, why do you then go to this?
Okay. And then when you go in there, the girl is already in the bedroom fucking naked. And then you just have no choice but to jump into whatever it is. Because now you're like, okay, I don't want to embarrass him. I don't want to be like, this is not something I want to do. Then he's going to be upset because he came to me and said, look, I have this girl who wants to meet you.
Okay.
So you're almost put in a position where it's like, you can't really stop it. You just can't stop it because you just...
I'm not understanding. Somebody explain to me why they can't stop it. You walk into the room and the girl is already in the room naked, but now you don't want to because you don't want to embarrass him. The dogs is going to the front, but it's okay for him to put you in a situation that you don't want to be in just to save him from some embarrassment. Who finna be embarrassed by? Ain't nobody in the room with you and the other girl. So who is he? Why is he so embarrassed? What's to be embarrassed by? That makes no sense. None of them worked on their talents while they were with him. People testified that he had to tell her several times to go practice, and she would lie and say, okay, I did, when she knows she didn't. She didn't want to work on nothing. Her stuff. Okay. So Jane is not willing to take or accept accountability for her actions. She studied the case and already knew why. So why didn't she call the authorities herself or on her parents since they put her there? She didn't even want to do her homework. Exactly. Why did she call the authorities on her parents? I don't understand. Are you serious? Let me see, y'all. Anyone? But y'all get what I'm saying about her, right? Y'all understand why I feel the way I feel. This is her part is just a example of a woman's scorn. Somebody mentioned acrimony in here earlier, I think. She only wanted to do what her parents told her to do. That was her focus. Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
In that position without even giving you a head warning of what you're about to run into.
Well, okay, she just said he pushed you in that position without giving you a head warning of what you're getting into. But yet she says, he walked into the room before they walked into the room with the girl and said, "I have a girl for you." So that's your warning right there. That's the situation, right? That's the situation right there. When you met him and you met the other girlfriends, that was your warning. That was the heads up right there. Exactly. She had such a strong voice, and that's exactly why I stopped reading about the doctor's testimony, because it was biased to me. She went off she's a witness for the prosecution, and she came up there to talk about something that will make the situation seem relatable to Rob's, when that's just not the case. These girls' actions, there's no way you brainwashed. You claim you brainwashed, but yet like that you could just flip. That doesn't happen. Or at least this doctor didn't testify to. How can somebody be brainwashed 1 minute and then the next they just spilling everything? They just telling all kind of stuff. She even adding stuff to it. She's probably, yep. Acrimony, perfect example. Let me see if there's anything else.
If you say no, he's probably going to curse you out. And then you're probably still
say if you say no, he will curse you out.
Something that he's uncomfortable with, we're going to have to,
okay. Let me let y'all hear this part.
When we have conflicts a different way, because it's just not something that I'm comfortable with anymore. We talk about kids, we talk about kids, we talk about marriage. I think just become like, okay, I'm not going to tell this girl anything because I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want to get a spanking or anything like that. Now, it depends. Like I said, every girl is different. Like me, I allowed that, but after so long, like when I got 19, 20, I started telling him, like, look, this is not something that, I'm comfortable with. We're going to have to, handle, like, when we have conflicts a different way, because it's just not something that I'm comfortable with anymore. We talk about kids, we talk about marriage. That got to stop one way or the other. Now, other women, they just weren't vocal. They were more insecure about themselves. So, yes, she would take real beatings. Like, he was.
Okay. So, did y'all hear that? She said she put up with it in the beginning because she wanted to, but when she got tired of it, she said that was enough. She said, I'm not going through this. We're going to handle our conflicts a different way. We talked about getting married. We talked about kids. Okay. So if you're able to have that conversation with him, then that means everyone is able to have that conversation with him. This just boils down to your choice. You had a choice, and she's saying that. And she said other girls just didn't want to be vocal with him. They just wanted to do whatever. She was different. She voiced how she wanted to be treated, and she didn't leave. He didn't send her home after she said that. They stayed together, right? She was there to the end, right? So that means she had a choice. These are her own words. More precedent should have been used against her in court. But again, like I said, the defense is up now, so we shall see. Explain why he made the girls cut off communication with family. and friends for no reason then. Okay, Mona, I'm not going to explain it. I'm going to let Azriel in her own words explain that to you. Give me a second.
One's willful based on
And I'm gonna let you dispute her.
I'm gonna give it that person, and then he's probably, and that was just enough for me to realize that this isn't. Sorry, no.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm explaining why he had to allegedly. Give me a second. I'm glad I downloaded all these videos.
insurmountable.
Here, probably around like May.
based on precedent.
That's a nice one. I think that this is nothing about no. It was about me getting relationships with my daughter.
Here you go, Mona.
Understanding that she was good through all the back and forward, the talk, the media, everything. You got painted a picture. So what I needed was confirmation from my daughter.
I understand that, and I respect that completely. But I feel like for me, where it was so hard for me and why I continue to not have communication with my family is because this Lifetime documentary stuff just happened within the last 2 years. And then out of nowhere, these last 2 years, you hear, oh my God, this is happening. Oh my God, that is happening. I just feel like, how can you be oblivious to the years that I was okay and just snap? Oh my God, I need to know where my daughter is at. She's this, she's that. I need to make sure she's okay. Like, I've been okay for 3 years prior. That's where I drew my line, because at that point, I was an adult. And at that point, I felt like I was okay. So to believe something like that, so extreme, so bizarre, so outrageous, I just couldn't even fathom my parents believing something as bizarre as that. I just really couldn't.
And that's fair. But what you gotta understand is we haven't talked at the 16th. That's when you graduated. That's when things went blank.
It didn't go blank, but communication slowed down because at that point I was an adult.
Exactly. It was never no black community. I can show you text messages over and over.
But that's to him.
To him, to your phones, to everybody's phone.
And I will call you guys.
No, I have received on Apple. I don't have Apple phones.
I would call you guys. Don't paint no picture. Like, I have not talked to you guys in over a year because I would call you guys for 5 months at a time. And when I call you guys would be yelling. You guys would be cursing me out. Mommy would be yelling at the top of her lungs. And so what I would do, I'd say, okay, I'm going to give you about 4 or 5 months. And then hopefully you just miss me so much that you just want to talk to me and your arms are open. Eventually it got to that. Unfortunately, it took a little bit longer than I anticipated.
As a parent, guess what if you did for 4 or 5 months and we didn't hear from you? How did we know?
Okay, so let me ask you this. Before graduation, I was not even checking in every day then.
Yeah, it was. I talked to you about. You'll be like, Dad, I'm busy. I'll call you back. It was no more. You wasn't talking, but you was texting. And if you're free, you'll call me. Hey, Dad, what you doing?
Like, I do it every day. Now, don't pay no attention. Like,
we didn't say
every day. Now, maybe like once a week, once every 2 weeks or so.
I didn't have to call you every day.
Okay, so why, when I become 18, 19, 20, 21, I got to check in with y'all every day?
Where do you get that from?
Your wife. This is what you don't understand.
What?
Your wife called me, mother, saying, oh, there's a lot of rumors going around. I need you to call me every single day. I need to hear your voice every day. I need you to check in with me every day. I said, first of all, I haven't been doing that for these first couple years. So now that I'm an adult, I'm definitely not about to check in with you every day. And And that's what started it all. Because of her pride and my pride.
So what
and
did that have to do with me?
You're attached to her. That's your wife. That's your wife.
So I became the enemy, but you're the feud.
Because when I would talk to you, you would be young too.
Because if you saying your beef was with your mother, then you said, oh.
I feel like it was with both of you guys because, like I said, both you and her, when I would call, it was nothing but argument.
I was never present with you and your.
Yeah.
I was never present with you and your. That's why I never knew when you and your mother talked. What I did was found out when your mother told me she talked to you and y'all argued or whatever, and I would call you. And you would have the same attitude you and her left with towards me.
Yes, I would.
Okay, but I didn't have anything to do with that. So therefore, give me a chance to pick what side of me on who's right and wrong. You came at me aggressive because of you and her.
This is not it because I know your wife confides in you, and I know she's going to explain it to you.
Exactly. But she's not going to give me everything, evidently.
So as you can see, the elephant still needs to be addressed.
But this the thing.
Which will be it.
What I'm telling you, don't merge us.
Monet, number one, I'm not making no excuses. Hold on, what I do. I'm sorry. So number one, I'm not making no excuses for nobody. I'm allowing you to hear it from one of the accuser's mouth herself on what happened. Number two, to say that no man should come between a sister's bond, you can only say that if you was there before and after she met Rob. So you don't know what was going on before Rob even came into the picture. We can't sit here and say she wasn't estranged from her parents before she even met him. That was the reason why when she's in college, she's calling this man to come pick her up and take her away. He didn't call her, he called him to come pick her up and take her away. So if you don't know what was going on in their household before Rob, then you can't say that he's the reason to blame why they don't talk to their parents. It's 2.5 years he's been locked up. He still don't talk to them. So what's the problem now? He's controlling her now. So if you don't have, Jen, she testified she was being beat by her parents. She was put into this situation by her parents. So of course, when she's out of that situation, she's made to be with someone she didn't want to be with by her parents. Why would she want to communicate with them? If you don't know what happened before the situation and what their relationship was like as a family before R. Kelly even came into the picture, then you shouldn't speak on that. I'm not taking up for him, and you damn sure shouldn't be accusing him of being the reason why they don't talk to their families. Everybody else was still allowed to talk to their family. He wasn't worried about Anna going back and forth and even giving her an apartment and talking to her family. So why would it just be this one particular person out of all of these people that wasn't allowed to their families? That wasn't the case. I'm not wasting my time on it, but I just want to make that clear. Even when alleged victims, accusers, tell you out of their own mouth, people still don't want to believe that maybe he didn't do everything that they're trying to put it out there. Like nothing we can say, nothing that we could do, none of the testimony. I don't care how many times Cannon crosses down and wins. They still gonna believe what they want to believe. And that's just sad. Sitting down that has happened in your past that you haven't gotten over, that you should probably seek help for, and then you could be able to move on to this from the situation, so that every time you hear about somebody being accused of something, you won't jump on that bandwagon of he's guilty before you actually even come sit down and listen to all the evidence. Do your research on this stuff before you form that decision. Just give him the opportunity. Just because he was accused of this in 2008 don't mean you're guilty in 2021. That's not what that means. Just give him the benefit of the doubt and just do your homework on it. Research it. Exactly. Everybody needs to be held accountable. Some things that started, if you want to talk about abuse and stuff, she testified herself under oath. The abuse started at home. What do you have to say about her grandmother sitting here impersonating her and talking to this man for pretending to be her own daughter and then sending videos of her underwear of her singing. That's the beginning of extortion. Okay, yeah, right. I'm not gonna even address it no more. What's this? Just move on. Okay, let's move on. Any other questions, you guys? Are y'all able to find this on YouTube and listen to it? Pimping a child. It's Don K. I'm not even gonna say that they knew he liked other younger women. They just knew that he had a case in 2018 that involved a younger woman. So they went with that. Just like JP, how you sit in a trial? What these trials last 6 weeks, 4 to 6 weeks, every single day. She literally, instead of sitting her butt in a classroom, learning English, math, reading, science, history, all of that stuff, she sat in a courtroom learning how to set this man up. She learned about everything that the prosecutions was trying to use then as evidence to get him convicted. She learned about all that. And so what did she do? She used all the knowledge that she gained sitting in the courtroom for all of them weeks, and she used it to her advantage, and she did the same exact thing. She knew how to set him up. She knew what was going to get him. Entrapment, exactly. She studied it the entire time. That's what she went there for. That's one of the worst type of women anybody could ever deal with. Because, I mean, when you take that much time and you manipulated a whole situation to set somebody up, she's dangerous. That's dangerous. I would never want to encounter an individual like that. Daddy, did you say? I am going back to court, Miss CC. I will be back in New York on Monday. I won't be in court on Monday, but I'll be in New York on Monday. I'll be there for Tuesday, for court on Tuesday. That's a perpetrator, exactly. I wouldn't speak to him either. And then I don't know if Mona is still here. Go back and look at the videos where the family was questioning her. Why? If your family is really doing something out of love for you and because they care for you and they want to make sure that you protect it. Hey, DJ. Why would they sit here and record all of their encounters with you? When they were sitting there questioning this girl about who is April and who is this, and why would you put your daughter in that situation like that? But not only that, y'all filmed it and then y'all released it and put it on YouTube. Who does stuff like that? That's embarrassing. You talking about STDs and stuff she could have got. Like, they put stuff out about her before anybody else did. Who want to talk to their family? I ain't gonna even lie to you. And I have family here now probably listening to it, and they probably tell you I'm the one in the family where I can go without talking to my family for years. I have went without talking to my siblings for years. So it's easy when you fed up or you get to a point where there's a disagreement and there's no resolution to it, you shut people off. So that's what she's doing. She's shutting them off. Why blame Rob for that? Look at their actions. Take the time to look and Google their actions. Why do y'all think the prosecution presented her ID as evidence? I really don't. Like I said before, that was something that they found in the storage inside of that safe. So I think that that special agent was testifying to everything that was found inside of that safe. Right, he ain't rap type. And then another thing, look at their actions. They only popping up when the cameras is there. they was in Chicago 1 minute, but the time when she was left by herself, they was back in Atlanta when they could have had access to their daughter after Rob was arrested. They left. They didn't stay in Chicago. They left and went back to Atlanta just to confront Daryl Johnson. Where's my daughter? Well, you dummies, you just left her in Chicago. What you mean where she at? You know she at. Then they sit here, they come to court the first day when the trial started. They ain't been seen since, but yet they go and do videos talking about she's gonna be testifying and we're gonna do everything in our power to keep her from testifying. Why would you want to do that? It's the prosecution that was up. So if you wanna if y'all want to keep her from testifying, why would you want to keep her from testifying for the prosecution that's here to lock this man up that you say is victimizing your daughter? Make that make sense. I could have seen if it was a defense that was up, but they didn't say that. They said they wanted to keep her from testifying while the prosecution will be calling her as a witness, because they didn't want her to get on that stand and make them same accusations that Jane had made about her parents. That's why they want to keep her from testifying. There wouldn't be no perjury, because in order for it to be perjury, she would have had to testify to the grand jury and then come into court and say something totally different. She hasn't testified to any grand jury. And to be honest with you, when to go back to that Mona, we really don't know that she's not talking to her sisters. We just know that she's not talking to her parents like that. She probably stopped talking to her sister once her sister became a part of the cahoots and making those fake Patreon accounts and stuff. And that's probably when she really stopped talking to her sister. So we can't say that she wasn't. She just probably got with the F stuff and she just said, well, forget her too. Tim was on a talk show interview saying before the world that she had. Exactly. How do you know what she got? You actually took her and tested her. How do you know that? Why would you say it about this grown woman? Why are you putting, what do you got? Everybody's truth is different. They said that wasn't her sister. That was, of course they would. But at the same time, whoever it was, we know that the families were all together on this. They were all was friends. They was all in cahoots. Even if we don't know it, we know that that was part of Jane's testimony, that the families got together. The Savages kind of forced the Clary's hand into coming out with this, because they actually went to TMZ and they started going public with this. So that kind of forced the Clarys to get as public and stuff as them. And then they all, according to her, they called up all the ex-girlfriends. They studied they studied his case, and then they found girlfriends, and then they put them all together and they went over what they would say when they do these interviews and when they talk to reporters in the media or whatever. And that's her testimony. That's what she's testified to. She probably wanted to keep a lot of things secret. Maybe she didn't even want nobody to know that she was even in a relationship with R. Kelly. But they put that all out there. Who was benefiting from that? Nobody damn. So I'll be pissed. Hey. Yes. How do I do that? Oh, do I just invite? I'm going to send you the link. Hold on a second, you guys. I got somebody that wants to speak. I'm kind of tired of talking to myself anymore. Anybody else that want to come on too, if y'all want the link, I don't care who it is. As long as we just talking about R. Kelly, then you can come on here, you can speak. I don't care who it is. So I'm not doing that. Let me see what I missed. Why would you even say that about your child on national TV? Okay, y'all about to read the motion. Hold on 1 second. Just let Tyson read. Okay, Olivia. Hold on. Okay.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can everybody hear? I think they can hear you.
Man, I want to say, I said good morning at first. Shit, I looked at the time. It's good afternoon. Shit. Oh, man. Good morning. I mean, good afternoon, everybody. Man, let me first say this, Dottie. You was doing a great job with reporting. So, you know.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
R. Kelly, court case, you know. You do a very great job at it, man. You should be a reporter for real.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
try my
And
best.
we appreciate you too. We appreciate you too. You know, I don't know how long you stand, but whatever. However, you know, I want to make sure people continue to bless your channel. Because I know it's sometimes things can be a financial burden. You know what I mean? Especially when you're doing good stuff like this. And this is why they don't understand why Cash Apps is needed. You know, this R. Kelly case is not easy doing. I mean, I done been in your shoes many times. And you know, he's coming home. Ain't no doubt about that. He's gotta come home.
He's definitely coming home.
Yeah, with all this, I guess this is just part of the process, you know, to the progress of getting this man vindicated again, you know, once and for all, you know, and he just go always have haters and naysayers. He go always have them, and he just go have to really, really strategically move different, you know, and make real better choices than he did over the years, you know. Everybody don't possess the heart that he have, and I truly believe that he didn't have the women for his sexual appetite. You know, I really think he was really trying to show them the love that he probably didn't get growing up. You know what I'm saying? And some people do stuff like that, man. And when people see that you have a weakness, man, they try to take advantage of it. And like I say, he could have just, he could have made better decisions, but he felt like he still was doing what he wanted to do, and that's cool. But you know, sometimes doing what you want to do ain't the right thing, especially when you know the odds are against you in a way to where they mad at you like they mad at OJ. You know what I'm saying?
But I feel like when you say that he could have made a better decision, I feel like the decision he was making, he thought he was doing right because there was no ill intent, you know, in the beginning.
It wasn't no ill intent, but sometimes we make the choices thinking we're making the right choices within ourselves, but sometimes it may be the wrong choice because, you know, the government is against them. Same way they try to do OJ, they trying to do R. Kelly the same way. I mean, really look at it, that's basically what they're trying to do. They was mad at OJ when OJ beat his case with Johnny Cochran. You know what I'm saying? And whatever, you know, he got in trouble for, I guess, for going to Vegas, telling his a barrier or whatever with the gun and all that. That's how OJ fucked himself. I understand R. Kelly didn't do anything. It's just the government is just so grimy. You know,
Right.
They want to make it seem like you doing something wrong when you're not doing nothing wrong.
Right.
But just living your life. You know, and they don't like that, man. And so they would try to do anything and use anybody to try to get
make an example.
Yeah.
So
and
I say it's a lot of men out here that should be offended, because if any one of y'all get some money behind y'all name and y'all have anything that y'all can leave to y'all children, keep your legacy going, or keep them in a position where they don't have to struggle or depend on the government for anything, you are now a target. You can be sitting in the same situation. You can be a defendant at that defense table. This could be you. If you ever try to have anything in life or try to own anything that's worth something that they feel that you shouldn't have, this could be you.
Yeah, and this, you should be ashamed of herself. I mean, if this man is so much of this predatory person that y'all trying to say, whatever the case might be, then why the hell is you still carrying his last name with honor? I don't understand that part. You would think you would let something go.
That's when I say it's like that's when I say it's like it's what she remind me of when you say Ike and Tina. I'm keeping everything the last. He can have everything, but I want the last name. That's where she got that from. But my thing is to sit here and add to this stuff, knowing that you have kids with this man and they want to be in the same profession. Every time somebody Google your kid's name, he's gonna pop up, and everything you say he did to you is gonna pop up. How is that protecting your kids from anything?
Right, and everything that you.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's cool. And everything that she did with her kids go pop up. So you really messed up their career as well because they're attached to you. Money is the motive. Greed is the goal. For a lot of these people, man. A lot of people. I'm so glad. Where the parents came up in this whole case to be a thing that people need to start to hear. Where were the parents? And I remember they kept saying they ain't want people to say, where were the parents? Where were the parents? And now you understand why where were the parents was being said, because as real said where the parents was.
Yeah. It's not shifting blame. It's not like anybody trying to shift blame off of him to the parents, but it just that's the question everybody should wonder. If your child was with somebody for all these years, where were the parents? That's just an honest question that we should have the answer to. And she kind of answered that report. The parents was right there prepping them for everything.
And girl, I kid you not, God is my witness. You is doing a phenomenal job. I love your spirit.
I didn't even know you was even seeing my video, so I really appreciate you.
Yeah. I do. And you're a phenomenal person. I love the way you express yourself. I love the way you get the information out.
I'm trying. I sat here them first 3 days of trial and I was looking at, every time I Google something, it was just something negative. And I'm like, you know what? I got to go out there and see what's really going on, because I just can't believe what they're saying. And, if you want the truth, you got to show up. You can't sit here and rely on somebody else to send you your information. Even if somebody think that I'm not saying something, then it's your responsibility to educate yourself. Go to the courthouse. It's free. Well, it's free to get in. Go up there and have a seat and sit and listen to it for yourself. So that's what I had to do. I didn't want to rely on nobody else. So I took the initiative to do that. And then I just went one step further and said, well, I want to share it with everybody that's following me or that's in my group, because I know that people have jobs, kids, and situations, but I know that they want to know that they real R. Kelly supporters. So it's only right that they have that same knowledge that I'm getting in the courtroom. So that's why I share with everybody else.
And it's from your heart, and
it is. It definitely is. That's why I say I don't care about who is what. If you want to come on here and you want to discuss it, as long as it's pertaining to R. Kelly, whether it's good or bad, I mean, if you feel that we could discuss it, just have a conversation and be adults about it. I don't care who it is. We can have that conversation.